morning! So, I hope you're all ready. I will today give you a talk about the last 25 years of Deveron Projects. Hope you have switched your mobile phone off. There we go. Now, we started in 1995. And there was the three of us in Huntley who kind of all came from a city. Myself, came over from Amsterdam. And there was another friend of mine who came from Copenhagen, and another one came from London. And we also ended up living in Huntley for all kinds of reasons. But we kind of sort of moaned all the time about the fact that there wasn't enough going on in the arts, because we were so used to it. Like others are used to the health service or the education service or the road service. And so we wanted to do something about it. And what we did, we said we would found an organization. We called it Deveron Arts. And Deveron is, the name is lent from our river that comes from the Cairngorms and flows into the Moray First in the North Sea. And that's how Deveron Arts was born over a cup of coffee. For the first few years, really what we did is we're a quite, I would say, conservative, traditional, rural arts organizations. We invited work that has been made in the city, for example, theatre, touring theatre, or touring performances, also the touring gallery from Edinburgh that came for a day, and work had been made in the city and then it was shown in the countryside. But then one day we went to the art school here in Aberdeen and started connecting with the artists. And that's from then on it changed. But first I was going to tell you about the fact that this was also the time when the National Lottery started and there was more money available for the arts. And so we tried to get a feasibility study done for an art centre. Now that was done, but it basically said it wasn't feasible. So in a way it was a bit disappointing, but in fact that was our lifesaver, because I think if we had the art centre here, we would long be bankrupt. So what we did, we coined it, the town is the venue. And you see this always on the left-hand side here in the corner of every slide. I start taking you a little bit through where we are here. First of all, this is where we are based. We are based in the northeast of Scotland or the northwest of Europe. And basically, with the town as the venue, we don't have one venue, but the town becomes our venue. And so this is our gallery and our venue and our art centre from outside. But like Tate Modern, it takes you 10 minutes stiff walking from one end to the next to get through it. And this is our gallery and art centre from inside. Weather isn't always bad like this, but anyway, we work with what we have. And this is basically our town centre, the town square. It's a very historic place. Here you see the circus coming to town about 100 years ago, but sadly it is also in decline. And so many of the shops have closed in recent years. And the services have declined. For example, currently the last bank is closing, but also the post office has moved to small premises, and the tourist information center has closed. So we recently decided we really need to do something to take our fate in our own hands. And have a look at this picture. You'll come up later on again. So the other thing you'll find in the corner is 50-50. And this conundrum, 50-50, local, global, artist community, hospitality, criticality, is really what makes Deveron Projects tick. So you have to always balance it. And so for example, our board is half local, half global. The same is they are half people with vernacular jobs like teachers, social workers, and so on, forester, and others. The other half is from the art sector. Same as the funding comes from local, comes from more further afield areas. And so are the artists, and so is our staff. Everything that we do is thinking about this 50-50. Also, in particular, the language we use. So we don't try to use strictly art language, but also try not to dumb it down. But it should be something that's accessible to everybody. And I wanted to introduce you to this man. He is called Patrick Geddes. and he is a town planner, but he's also a biologist, and he comes from Aberdeenshire, and he's a real polymath. And he created this triptych called Place, Work, Folk. And if you, he says, if all this is in balance, you are in a good position as a person. You are also then in a good position as a family. It's a little bit old-fashioned, but it works really well. And it also, you're in a good position as a community. So, for example, if you lose your work, you might have lose your place, your house, and therefore you might have a problem with your relationships. But then, if all the communities are in a good equilibrium and balance, then basically, if all communities were like this, then we would have a very good and balanced world. So we have appropriated this for ourselves, for the town as the venue strategy. Into the place is both the nature and the cultural side, includes, like, for example, architecture, but also our trees and our forests and our square. The work is also juxtaposed with play, and then the relationships, we talk about both conflict and friendship. But the other thing he coined is the think global, act local. It's a well-known slogan, known all over the world, appropriated initially by Greenpeace, and so we appropriate that for ourselves and say, think local, act local, start here. And this is our square again. Hence, I'm starting. And so, as I said, I one day went to the art school in Aberdeen and started talking to the artists who sort of do their shows, and often after that, they hardly know what they could be doing, because they've been working so hard on their shows. And so we befriended one of the artists called Deveron McClure, and he, together with 3 other artists, this is him, they were all painters. He came to us, and in a big house, he would have a show. The show was called The 3 Degrees. And so he then afterwards, he stayed for 2 months, and all he did, he gave us a couple of paintings. And that was the start of his career. He is still a very prolific painter. And in fact, I myself, I'm storing still his pictures from the early days. And he recently asked me to get them back because they have gained quite some value over those, I would say now 23 years. Mm-hmm. Now, the next art year, we again went there. We felt that was a really good experience with the artist. And we befriended another artist called David Blythe. And at that time, we had a small money from the then Gordon Forum of the Art. And he also came to us, again stayed in one of our houses for 2 months. And he worked a lot with with people and their relationship to animals. He was really keen on, he always wanted to resurrect the animals. And so here, for example, he picked up all the roadkills on the A96 and cast them into bronze. And this became later on part of our town collection, which I will talk quite often in this talk about, because we have a town collection. So artists always left a piece behind, and that entered our town collection, for which we have quite a big map. I'll talk later on about this again. But it's in the town collection in a local garage, and the cars are just driving over it on a daily basis. The other thing he did, he had made a big show, which all had to do with people's relationship to the animals. And that really kicked off his career. He now is actually, for many years, also one of the head teachers of contemporary studies at Grace School of Art. But here he made a trophy. And so he's playing, these are the feet of a deer, I think. And this is for the Creative Cup. Creative Challenge Cup, we call it. And we give this every year to the most creative pupil of the Gordon schools. So those school leavers, it is not the ones who have the best marks, but together with an artist, we choose one of them who we think gets this cup. And that's handed on year by year to other students. And often those people then managed later on, when Deveron Project became well known, quite easy to get into the bigger art schools like Glasgow School of Art or the Dundee. And then again next year, we actually managed the first little grant of £500 to get from the Creative Scotland, which was at the time called Scottish Arts Council. And Julia Douglas, she had a real interest in the domestics. And so she was working with people who were formerly laid off from the textile mills. So Huntley had a thriving textile mill, but it closed its doors in 1992, something like 5 years earlier. And so she tried to investigate what these people are doing nowadays. And she made a really big patchwork work with the children of those people. So some of them were becoming teacher assistant, some of them became cleaners, some of them became firefighters, and so on. So it was a big patchwork tapestry. But she also played a lot here. This is made from poppers. And she played a lot with the work of George MacDonald. And George MacDonald is a very famous writer, poet, sort of interested in fairy tales, and there are some gloves from a former play in our museum, and she recreated these gloves in those poppers, and you can still see it in the museum, which now sadly is closed. And so we started having annually an artist in residence, and this is how our organization grew. Paul Carter, he was from Edinburgh, and he in fact taught at Edinburgh College of Art. And when he came to Huntley, this was the year 2000. And many people thought the world is going to go under, especially the computers, they will all not function, therefore nothing will work anymore. No planes, no hospitals, and so because we became so dependent on the computer. So he was looking into this, and he took... like the world was going under when there was World War II, and he looked at a World War II pillbox just outside Huntley, and it was where people were hiding, the soldiers, to protect a very small bridge. And inside he created a so-called Chapel Barbarossa, and Barbarossa was a code name for a German fighter intervention from the Luftwaffe, and he made it like a chapel. So this is all stained glass, and you have to imagine he then played with music from the Close Encounter. This music was going with the beams, and the whole valley was flooded as the dawn set in. And likewise, he also in this year he had a quite interesting relationship, as an ambivalent relationship with God. He's the son of a minister, and he always sort of said he's agnostic, but even that he doesn't really know. So he was looking for his other prophets, and this is a quote from John Lennon that he placed over our Huntley Square. Unfortunately, Paul Carter died not long after he was in residence with us, a few years later, and so we, over the Chapel Barbarossa, planted some flowers. They are coming up, a bit like a monument to him every year in spring. Good. In the same year, we invited our first international artist. This is Wilhelm Cherrel. And Wilhelm Cherrel has a real interest in the organic aspects of flowers and how they relate to humans and to communities in particular. And so what he did, he made, with our help, he identified 6 places with windows from public places and 6 from private places. We made a small publication here with him. This is our first very small publication. And so here's, for example, at the Golden Primary School, but he also used the museum and the library and the Huntley Business Center, where he painted these organic structures with ink. And they looked a bit like net curtain. Here you see a similar picture, but in a private place at a local family. And here in this little publication, which you will see, he has this for a number of other local as well as public places. Okay, so he came from Austria, and as I said, he was our first international artist. Again, the next year, we had somebody called Jonathan Claxton. He's a self-trained artist, but he lived at the time in Aberdeenshire. Today he lives in France and has quite a thriving art studio there. And he was merging always poetry with his paintings and with visual arts, sculptural work and so on. So, but what he brought us aware is that Huntley wherever you are in Huntly, you see the horizon. And that's actually something quite magic. And I realized from then onwards, that when you bring an artist in, they make us see our place differently. Sometimes when we live there for years and years, a lot of people say, oh, Huntly is quite a boring place, nothing going on here. Whereas when people come in from abroad or from different places, they see things different. It's always when you also come as a tourist, you always see new things, and they make you excited. But artists have another quality. They can really visualize it. And so he was drawing all these horizons, and here in particular, these quiet sort of grey, ugly walls in the Gordon Primary School. He painted the horizon on all of them. You'll see it on several of the walls. Mm-hmm. Now, so then 2002, we invited Duden Dance. So the majority of our artists are visual artists, but we actually also have others. We have writers and we have particular musicians. But Duden Dance is coming from a dance sort of background, but really today they're mainly filmmakers that are merging filmmaking and performing arts. So they tour a lot also in Argentina, and what they brought to Huntly was a number of Argentinian artists, dancers, and they created a dance company that merged the kind of sort of Cayley traditions with the tango. So loads of local people were trained up to dance the tango to do this project called Café Bohemios, and that took place in the ex-servicemen's club down on Gordon Street. But the other thing they did, they started summer school, and this has been running for many, many years, our summer school, with young children who now, some of them have gone out and they have gone to circus school and are really performers in their own right. That has been a real success story with these summer schools where they were trained in performing as well as filmmaking. The other interesting thing is that Duden Dance still live in Huntly, but they still do all their touring from our base. So they're often in Argentina or in Germany or in other countries across the world, or they tour, of course, also in Scotland and in Britain. That same year came Lina Namari. Now, Lina Namari, she is a Palestinian, and she had quite a hard time here because as soon as she arrived, Israel declared the second intifada onto Palestine, where she comes from, and that made her, of course, very homesick and very unhappy. We then also, that was the first time that here in the Branda, where you see me today, we had the first room, but it was just a room. There was no telephone. I don't think there was heating even. There was no, of course, no internet, and so all she had is a small studio space, and she lived with somebody locally. So she did two things. She created these booby traps, very common feature in Palestine, and her paintings of the place of Huntly, as well as these small paintings of this place, which was quite run down. It was closed since 1965. She put there, and people had to crawl underneath it to see the artwork. So this feeling of trapped would come across. The other thing she did here in the Branda, there is a lady called Hilda, and she has been here forever. I don't know how long, certainly longer than me, and she is the cleaner. And Lina befriended this cleaner, Hilda, and she was always spending a cup of tea with her in her cupboard. And in the end, she made a really beautiful painting that is then actually a print work that hangs in Hilda's cupboard, which also is in our town collection. Because Hilda was her sort of constant, almost dare I say, her mother here. But it was a difficult time for Lina, being homesick but knowing you can't come home. Okay. About this time, we also started our Halloween festival. This was with a local artist that was based here at the time, and we had multiple artists over the years working on this Halloween festival, and that became extremely popular. Hundreds and hundreds of people came out for this, and we were running it for about 10 years. And one really special thing is that one year we got the puppet maker Kath Whoopi, and she made these wonderful masks for the Huntley Pipe Band. And here you see the pipe major with his beautiful headscarf. And anyway, this project kept on moving on, and I might even come back to this a bit later. Now, I told you earlier on about the empty shops. And empty shops became a big topic in town. When I first moved here, which was in 1985, well, there was loads and loads of shops, but over the years, more and more closed, and that was a concern. It was in the Huntley Express almost every week, and we invited this artist called Eva Mertz. She comes from Denmark, from Jutland, and she comes herself from a shopkeeper's family. And this is her shop when it was destroyed at the same time as she was here in residence in Huntley. That was her family's. They had a kind of department store, and it just didn't work anymore. So it's a very global problem. It's a global problem, especially for rural areas. So what she did with her material allowance, she would hire an empty shop, and she made it really pretty. So we have this wonderful looking shop, and she was spending the time in there, and the sky is of course not always like this, but she declared it as the first empty shop monument of Britain. So if you think about shop being a thing of the past in a few years' time. And so she climbed up it, had this flag, and then what she did, she made a lot of memorabilia. I have, for example, here an empty shop mark. Or what I like in particular is an empty shop oatcakes from the local Deans of Huntley, the shortbread bakers. But there was also empty shop, firelighters and posters and booklets here and anything. So this memorabilia, but you sort of get in the tourist attraction. And it was displayed for several weeks in the local museum. And interestingly enough, people bought that stuff. So it was quite a lovely project to do. And also we got actually there at that time the BBC round, which was really creating a complete feature about the demise of shops in rural Scotland. Okay, so again in the same year, we had invited Umesh Madana. He's the first artist that came from outside Europe, and he is from India. And Umesh is a Bollywood actor, quite well-known Bollywood actor, as well as a visual artist, but specializing in performance. And again, on our Halloween festival, he did create a fantastic performance in the Stewards Hall with really looking at aging society, when he brought younger people and older people together with these mirrors, and where they were playing with the light in the Stewards Hall. And the other thing he did, he was really teaching people how to cook Indian. And here he is at the Drumlane Primary School working with the young people to create some fantastic Indian cooking. He makes just pakoras there. As I said before, we don't have only visual artists, but we also have musicians in particular. And this is Paul Anderson. He actually comes from this area. He lives in Thailand, but has a lot of connections with Huntley, and he is a very renowned fiddler from this area. And so we hired him to come to Huntley for a period of time and create a suite of music. And he created a whole CD with different music depicting all kinds of life in Huntley. So he made actually one piece about Deveron Projects, but he also made a piece about the local butcher, and another piece about the local football club, and another one about the local Highland Dance Club, and so on, and about the square, and so on. So in the end, there was 12 pieces for the traditional Scottish fiddle created on the CD, and he had then a performance in a local pub. Again, with Eva Mertz, she stayed actually then in the area. She moved to Aberdeen, but was well connected, because what happened soon after her project with the empty shops was that she the local market Muir, which is this area, is a football field, was threatened to be a Tesco was going to come there. People really didn't like it. And so we created a kind of, with other people in the community, a sort of Save the Market Meal group. And so she took loads and loads of pictures, which then were assembled. And at the same time, she went to an old Tesco in Inverurie, which became too small, and it was just neglected. And then a new Tesco, which now you see all this retail, so it's called Space, Retail and Magic. Interestingly enough, Tesco wasn't built on the Market New, it was rescued, it went to another space in Huntly. But it was quite clear for us to find out, because first we thought people don't want these big supermarkets, but that wasn't actually the case. It was really that they just didn't want it on that particular space, which is their beloved football pitch. Okay, so now, again, some musicians that came to our town. John Kenny, he's a very well-known musician. He's works with Blais. His most important instrument is the carnix. The carnix is a Pictish horse that was used many years ago. It was dug out in Deskford, not far here from Huntly, and the original is in the National Museum, but he's the only man who can play it. So the tongue actually is a sort of wild boar. The tongue is making the music. And so he's the only one who can play it with this replica. And so when they were here, they created a whole performance piece with music under a CD, together with Chris Wheeler, who is a DJ, who and on the idea of the Doric language. So they took a lot of recordings from local children, from Doric speakers, and so on, to create this music, which then was performed on one of the Halloweens in the Stewart's Hall. Okay, now this was a good, fun project. As you can hear from my accent, I'm actually not really from Huntly. So, but I'm also not from Scotland. And what really intrigues me always is why Scottish people have a real urge to tell you that they're Scottish. It's so unusual. When you lived in lots of countries, in Holland or Spain, people wouldn't tell you that they are Dutch because it's sort of quite obvious. But I wanted to get behind that. So I met at some point Colonel Thierry Geoffrey. He's French. And but he lives in Denmark, and he tests people's identity. And so in advance, there was already a press and journal writing about this. And so what he did, he asked 250 people in Huntly to tell them, how Scottish are you? And so they had to write that quite quickly onto a sort of prison mugshot kind of style paper. And what was really surprising for the artist was that 90% of the people in Huntly felt like they're 100% Scottish. It's quite unbelievable. Whereas he did something similar, for example, in Germany, where they have a quite difficult history with their past, and only 20% of the people said they're 100% German, because they often say, oh, I watch so much American television, therefore maybe I'm a bit American as well. They were answering more on the cultural side, whereas the Scottish people were talking on the DNA. And really the answer lies in this, that the English people were sort of not comfortable in saying how Scottish they are. And so that's where this sort of quite discrepancy was. And what was quite nice, at the end of the project, as I said, as you know, we don't have a venue, and so we have to always find a venue. And so our gallery was in the Huntly Express, where we had the middle pages. And so this is Pat Scott. She's a very important woman in Huntly. She is the editor of the Huntly Express. And so basically our show was on for a whole week, and later on entered our town collection. And we also made a book about this, where we put all these many people into this, which was this quite lovely thing to have in the end. So, right, okay. So, yeah, I was just telling you a bit more about the town collection, because we started that, and we had collected already a number of works but really didn't know what to do with them because we don't have a gallery, we haven't got a museum, we have no real archive. So we decided to hang it around different places. So from 2004 onwards, we did that. And today, you will find about 100 different places inside and also outside town, like, for example, the pillbox that I was talking about, or, just other works in the town. And you can just walk yourself around with it. Here's the sort of the brochure I mentioned before. And so it adds a little bit to the tourist attraction. It's also a little bit something for the publicity for the various shops, because you can, for example, find a Hamish Fulton in the carpet shop, or you find an Anthony Schrag work on the station or something. So somebody might come to the carpet shop, and I've seen it, then bought a small carpet. Now, normally tourists would probably not do it. It also is telling a little bit about the art history of Deveron Projects when we have visitors. So it comes quite useful at times, and it is also totally unique. But it has also a lot of difficulties, because sometimes people change. Somebody might love this piece, but then when people change, it means nothing to them, and it falls suddenly on the floor and nobody picks it up again. So, okay, now we're reaching our 10th year, and another artist in residence that came was a piper. Donald Brown, he actually comes from Huntley. He was very young, but he was an excellent piper. And he, again, a bit like Paul Anderson, made a whole suite of work of music for the pipe for Huntley. And this one is in the local dance school, where they mainly learn the Highland dancing. And the lady there is called Miss Jessamine of Huntley. Okay. At the same time, there was also Fabiana Galante. And Fabiana Galante, she is a composer as well as a pianist from Buenos Aires. And she works a lot with the company Duden Dance, but she came again for our Halloween festival and worked with young people. You can see Fabiana, she's such an enthusiastic woman. She worked with young people towards this whole festival work, but she also, most interestingly, worked with the Huntley Pipe Band. And as anybody who knows pipers, one always has this feeling they're a bit sort of a conservative bunch. But no, they took this new composition on board and marched through the town with this completely new composition that has also Latin sort of vocals in it. The last project we did in 2005 was an important one with Dial and Scallion. They are visual artists based in Dundee. And at that time, a lot of wind farms started in our town. And when I say our town, I often mean our area. Really, Huntley, it has 4,500 people, but it also serves a hinterland of 4,500 people. So they feed us, but we feed them. We have all the services in the town, like the library, the schools, and the swimming pool, and so on. Whereas, of course, traditionally, the food would come from those places. Anyway, with a growing concern in climate change, more and more wind farms were being erected in our area, and a lot of people were quite upset about this. Some people like it very much, others were upset. The house prices of their places went down, and so we felt we need to create a sort of informed debate about it rather than this ongoing confrontation. So these artists were invited. They are really concerned about the environment. A lot of their work is about the environment, and here's actually the artist. So you see the size of the artist compared to one wing of a turbine, and this is in a field just outside Huntley. A new wind farm that was created. And it looks a little bit like a Pershing or I don't know, an atomic bomb. And this huge billboard was created and then put up here at Glasgow railway station, but in many towns around Britain, in totally in 12 places, including London, Edinburgh, Dundee, Newcastle, and so on, all these bigger cities, Manchester, but also one just outside where the new wind farm was planned. And so it was erected there in the middle of the countryside, and when we did the opening, all the people came, and it was so muddy and it was so rainy, and by the time we arrived, the cow was licking the artwork. So that was a very strange experience for all these Central Belt, Edinburgh, Glasgow people who came up to see these very well-known artists. And we had a great debate afterwards about, the pros and cons of wind farms. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first 10 years of Deveron Projects. I have a sip. And I see you later. Hello! Here we go. I'm now telling you of the next 5 years. So from 2005, 2010. Okay, all the publications we have done over the years. Good. Now, I told you briefly about David Blais. He then moved actually to our area and from Aberdeen and lived in the countryside and has been working with us on and off for quite a while. So we engaged him as a town artist. That was sort of an idea we had, and that we would stay here for 2 years, and in the end, actually almost stayed 3 years, where he just picked up different kind of issues around town, who needed a little bit of TLC and to also increase people's confidence about their place and about really sort of thinking more about their own place and where we could see. So there's loads and loads of little projects that he has done. But I just pick up a few. For example, this one, he called it By Dandy. And, how you have the Bydant, and the Bydant comes from the Gordon Highlanders, which are a regiment that comes from Huntly. And he created this character called By Dandy. And every week, in the Huntly Express, he made a character of By Dandy when he's doing something. For example, another shop closed, or maybe By Dandy is going onto the train, or all kinds of little stories about that By Dandy, let me think. So at the end of the year, we had a little booklet that people could have about their local story. But the other really important project he created a record. And so there is a song called The Scranky Black Farmer. I can't really sing it to you, but basically what he did, he made an old-fashioned vinyl record and collected all the singers of Scranky Line, all the recordings that have ever been done of the Scranky Black Farmer song. So that the first one is from the 30s and so on. There were different, also the Old Blind Dogs, famous bands. And the last one was from Shona Donaldson, a local singer, and the first woman who actually was singing it and recording it. So it was a lovely project. But he did lots of other things. For example, the shops were sort of in decline, as I said already, and he had the idea, he started making lovely bags that people sort of do for local shopping. And he did a project in Stuart's Hall, which was looking at the horses and horse whispering. Yeah. So, and then in the last year, he did a very important project where he worked with a local farmer on in the lambing season. And a lambing season can take 3 to 4 months, and he spent every single day and every single night with this farmer, and he kept the stillborn ones. So in total, he had 80 stillborn lambs, and David's, I told you before that he really loves animals, and he wants always to give them an afterlife. And so his specialty is taxidermy, and he stuffed these lambs, and we then had a fantastic exhibition called Nocturne in the Aberdeen Art Gallery. Okay, so it was an amazing thing to actually work with a farmer like that for such a long period. Okay, now in the next year we have Jelka Plate. She hails from Berlin, and she did a project called Mono, and it is about youth and use this affection and this idea sort of that there's never enough going on in a place for young people, which I have been thinking a lot. But myself, I come from near Munich, and I was also really bored at the time and thought this is the most boring place in the world, Munich. But, you know, there is a time in your life where you often find that, unless you're really sort of involved in certain hobbies like sport or music. But anyway, what happened at that time, there was a lot of complaints that there were these young cruisers. In Huntley, they were called tubers, cruising around town with these very noisy cars and very fast, and they would be dangerous and they're noisy. And so people wanted to do something about them. And so we brought her in because she did work a lot about youth identity. And she started befriending these people. So we were always standing in between them. So they're here like sardines on the market near the car park. And then they drive off and drive around Huntley and come back there. And so she talked also to the people who have problems with it, the social workers, the people who live nearby there. And so to really gather different opinions. In particular, she talked also to the local driving teacher. We only have one driving teacher here called Derek Dean. And really, well, he's educating those people in driving, and we have also a lot of, particularly then, a lot of fatalities. It has slightly reduced because now we have much more alcohol restriction, but still, it is still happening more than one really wants. Anyway, she also befriended those people and found out, for example, that they are driving up to 500 miles around Huntley from the market mill to the square, then round onto the A96, the roundabout, and back again. They don't drive to the sea, they don't drive to Aberdeen, but 500 miles, you could get as far as Huntley, as far as London on a weekend. Instead, they're just driving around Huntley. So she saw it as a kind of performance. And she felt she should create something that both like the people who hate all this driving and those who love all this driving, the tubers, and bring them together. And so what she did create drive-in cinema. She convinced the local lorry company to give her a lorry, and she put this cinema on it. This is James Dean, Rebels Without a Cause, and so many people came. And basically the tubers, they could be in the front, and if they got restless, they could drive away, and then they could come back again. And so many people came, and the streets were completely blocked. It was a different kind of chaos for this. And interestingly enough, the tubers then took that on for quite a few years, a few times per year. They would create this drive-in cinema later on. And here we always do a kind of publication. And as we are, the town is a venue, we need to find always a different venue where we do this. And we did it in a local garage. And that brings just people from the garage together with those people who are more from the art audience, as well as the tubers for this publication. Okay, so now Deborah Benson, a bit like David Blythe, she stayed with us for 2 years, and we called her Artist for All Seasons. And she did, the first year, she really looked at the local seasons. And for example, on Valentine's Day, she made the male toilets really pretty with roses inside and perfume and so on. But for example, at Christmas, she created a Christmas tree and hung frosted Brussels sprouts on the Christmas tree in the library, and as the days gone by, it started to smell a little bit. At Easter, she sort of created a hat parade, a sort of a bonnet parade, and so on. Every time there was some sort of local festivity going on that is seasonal, she created some kind of intervention. But because we had a 2-year contract, and then the year after, she sort of said, well, I've kind of done this now. But what she done, instead, she looked at one very important part of Huntley, and that is the tatty. This is actually sort of tatty potato kind of paradise. There's a big tradition of growing potatoes. But sadly, today you can hardly find a choice of potatoes. You can only find them in the supermarket, and you get the same tatties or maybe less choice than people down in London. So what she did, she collected the heritage potatoes, and she found about 60 different ones, and she planted them in those colorful pots. And so they grew over the summer, and created quite a picture. And sometimes she took them all out on the square for people to look at. And she did all kind of sort of intervention looking after those tatties. And at the end, she made a tatty tea party where she created, she did all kind of bakings only with the tatty, but she also made some tatty wine. And so, if you want to look at this wine, you have it here. This is the bottle that we have at Deveron Projects, but the town collection piece is actually in the whiskey shop, which people can look at it on a daily basis. And it keeps maturing. I'm not sure how good it is, but it is still there, and it's lovely. So what was really interesting on this day, that there was a lot of local farmers come inspecting these, and I saw some really with tears in their eyes because they saw these heritage potatoes, whereas it means very little to us, you know. They could see all these different kind of potatoes, but for us, a potato is often a potato. And in fact, it should be said, when I first moved to Huntly, it closed very soon afterwards, but there was a shop that was only dedicated to potatoes, you know. So you could buy all this choice. It's something, if you remember, the empty shop monument project is something that is so in the past that you almost, for us, it's not in our living memory anymore. So, Dura Harrison, she was an artist. She was actually a teacher at Grade School of Art, and she did these action paintings, which was quite at a time when digital was really more in a sort of inventory place, as the people had to teach themselves what's possible. And so she looked at different sports grounds in Huntly. So this is the cricket club in green with all these different images as a collage. This is the local swimming club, and here is the local ski club. So it is green, blue and white, that these images she created, and they are moving. Yeah, so that's important to understand, but not here on my PowerPoint. Now we are moving on to 2006. Roderick Mccarron, very well-known Scottish artist. We normally call him Roddy Mccarron, and he is also a very keen footballer. He loves going to football matches and loves playing football and so on. And he says there's a lot of artists who are also keen on football. Now, I'm sort of not so interested in football, I must say. Well, he kept on saying this, and I was find somebody else. But my idea of football is my husband on a couch on Sunday, and I could be looking too stupid to even walk through the living room. Anyway, but what happened is at that time there was the World Cup in Germany, and sadly, Scotland was not able to take part in it. So they were rejected, they didn't qualify. And so what we created an alternative art cup. And Roddy found another team of footballers that are artists, and these are in Denmark. And he brought them over to Huntly, and here they're marching into town. So we're having a team of Scottish footballers come artists. We have a team of Danish footballers that come artists. And the community was so supporting. They were marching with them. And what they created is a mini World Cup. So we sent all the artists, always one Scot, one Danish, to a different school. We have 11 feeder schools in our town. So there's the Golden Primary Schools, but there's also another 10 small schools. And some of these schools have only like 10 students, or some have 50 students. And so they created, so one of them took on Brazil, and the next one Uruguay, and the next one Holland. So all these people, these teams that were actually in the cup, and then they made a big mini World Cup. And then the next day, our art cup took place. And so what happened is that the Scots against the Danish played, and loads of people came, and we were allowed to do this in the local football club. And sadly, the Scottish didn't win. So, but the Danish were very happy, and this was, I just have this because they had all to stay here in our in a sport facility. We got some army beds, And we only had one key, and that's what they made sure that they wouldn't lose this one key. Otherwise, people might not be able to come back into their premises in the evening. Okay, good. Now, the next project, the same year, was with Elsebeth Jorgensen. She is a super interesting artist that comes from Denmark. Elsebeth has a long-term interest in the legacy of old cinemas. So what she looked at, she found cinemas all over Europe. Some turned into churches, some turned into supermarkets, and some are just simply redundant. And she was also then looking into our cinema, because we had it was closed for many, many, many years, and it looked really ugly. They call it battleship grey, what it looked like. So it's here. But and people always thought life was better when we still had a cinema, and they always thought there was something really beautiful happening in the cinema, but they couldn't really remember what it was. And so she managed to get access. She had to write her risk assessment, and here's a hard head, and there's the council people. But she also, this is a very important man, she befriended Gordon McTavish, who was the former cinema manager. And he started working there at age 13, before the war, and he worked there until it closed in 1965. And he has a lifelong interest in cinema, and has always collected films, and now is also making films himself. And so what she then did, she went into the cinema and collected all these sort of little memorabilia that you find there. And it was very, very run down. And she brought them into the local museum, and they were then picked up by the local museum service. So you find these kind of things that were lying around in the cinema. And here you find a picture that she made of the cinema. And it looks very big, very beautiful picture, but this is actually pigeon shit. Yeah, this white stuff. And so she did a number of evenings in the Stewart's Hall in particular, which was the first cinema in Huntly before the real cinema started. And for example, one evening she showed old films from Huntly. Or the one film she showed films that were shown in the cinema. And then and always with this man, Gordon McTavish. And the last day before she finished her residency, she would show her findings from the cinema. So you could go into the museum, see the memorabilia, and then look at these pictures that people could see and realize there isn't actually that much left. And soon afterwards, the thing was destroyed, and affordable housing has been built there. But the big images from her project, they can still be found in the affordable housing in the staircases of that. So that was a very wonderful project, and I think a lot of people liked it. I remember the evening when we had the final evening in the Stewart's Hall, and we were meant to start at 7 o'clock, and people at 10 to 7 were banging on the door because they wanted to get in. But we were not ready yet, and so we only let them in at 7, and they were quite angry. So here, Nuno Sacramento, he came with us actually through the Art Cup. And he sort of kind of liked Deveron Projects, and I sort of liked working with him. Yeah, I always thought he was just quite clever man. I got on well with him, and he proposed to me this idea of Shadow Curator. This was his own PhD at Dundee, and Shadow Curator really is. This is Nuno. The idea is a bit like shadow minister in the British Parliament. In Westminster, they are there to criticize you, so to talk about the otherwise. And so that's the idea of Shadow Curator. And I thought that was such a clever idea. And I really thought I must get some money together to have him as my Shadow Curator for a period of time, because otherwise somebody else will snatch him away. This is actually what never really happened. So I was always the only one where he did the shadow curating, but he stayed with us. And really the idea is whatever I do, he would criticize us. And it's sort of, but always in a sort of what he called agonistic way, as a non-antagonistic way. And for me, that was a very good way of sort of working to always sort of question what you're doing. And he stayed while he was here. He was also picking up a couple of projects, and the most important one is called Exposure. And this I need to introduce you to George MacDonald. I briefly talked about him before. He was a poet. He comes from Huntly, and that was his 100th anniversary of his death. And people always said, "Oh, can't you do a project about George MacDonald? Can't you do a project about George MacDonald?" I said, "No, we're not a heritage organization." But then me and Nuno, we sat together in a Shadow Curator frame, normally with a beer, and thought, what could we do? What has he got to do in common with the people of Huntly today? And so one of the things he came up with is that they still drink the same water, but the other thing is that they went to the same school. And so what he came up with, he said he wanted to make a really, really big school photograph of everybody who went to school at our Gordon schools. And so one day, we started early in the morning on a Sunday, and we brought everybody who ever went to the Gordon schools to sit there and took one photo after the next. So we hired a photographer, and we also wanted to bring the people in that were wanting. So people wrote us from New Zealand, from France, from Canada, and so, "Oh, I went to the Golden Schools, I want to be in this photograph, but I can't." So we represented these people with a George MacDonald. Sadly, we didn't have enough George MacDonalds, so in the end we said, well, every family who has somebody who they would have liked to bring but couldn't come on the day would just bring a George MacDonald, but maybe they had even more than those. And so in the end, these were all put together, these pictures. And sorry, I go back, and they made a very, very long, it was although only that high, but a very long, about 10-meter long pictures, which you can find today still in the Gordon schools. I'm not sure if I have the book here somewhere. I need to dig it out. Ah, it's here. So you see all these pictures of all these people. It was a lovely project. It was very, very popular. So this was the George MacDonald, but we also created a bit of a festival around it. And so George MacDonald, as I said, he was a very prolific writer, but a bit forgotten in Scotland. He's much more famous in America. He writes fairy tales, and that's the important part of what he did. So we also hired, well, when I say hire, I mean Duncan McAllister came as artist in residence, and he created what he did. So I wanted him to write a bit up the story of George MacDonald. And what he did, he pretended this is Duncan, he pretended he is the grandson of George MacDonald, and he was listening to a pipe in a certain field, because what we did, we managed to persuade the people where George MacDonald was grown up. It's just outside Huntly, a farmhouse. We managed the people there that they would put Duncan McAllister up for a number of weeks, and he lived there. And so pretended he's the grandson of George MacDonald, talk to the pipe and get the answers out of him about his life. And then in the end, he actually wrote a book. In fact, he wrote an autobiography of Enid Blythe. This is our librarian, and this is in a town collection, because Enid Blythe said she thanks George MacDonald for his inspiration. She would not be a writer today if he hadn't existed. And so that's a bit the story of Duncan McAllister. It's available in our library. And similar with Bob Pegg, he is a storyteller, and we asked him to make an interpretation of George MacDonald's life, walking around Huntly, where he lived, where he was born. He was born on Bogie Street, but then moved very early to this farmhouse. He was then also a devout Christian, where he taught in the schools, and so on. So he created a little storybook called Secret Doorways, Strange Worlds, which then was given to the school teachers to take out the children to walk around town and learn really about the life of George MacDonald. So, good. And so that George MacDonald Festival, here's the storybook through Huntly. And the last thing we did is work with Kenny Hunter, a very well-known Scottish sculptor, and he created a sculpture which is now to be found in the foyer of the library. And this is called Wayne Wad, and it comes from George MacDonald's fairy story called Lilith. It's actually a dark story. It reflects on the death of his beloved daughter Lilia. And so it's the raven, and here is the mirror. And many people, so George MacDonald, he went in and out. He was a sort of teacher for Tolkien, for C.S. Lewis, and many other authors, Ruskin, and many say that this is Through the Looking Glass was a bit snatched from the inspiration of George MacDonald and his book. So this was a kind of sculpture, and it is part of our town collection, probably our most valuable piece. But quite unusually, Kenny only spent time and reading about the artist, about this writer, and then creating this sculpture for us. And what we did, we made a performance with all the people. So the sculpture arrived in a box, and we made amazing music. And he and Kenny and Nuno was the Shadow Curator, were unwrapping the sculpture in front of all the people, which normally is sort of done and you have a cloth over it. So then we had another, he was more, Paul Shepard was writer in residence, but he's also an academic, and he wanted to write a book. It's called How to Like Everything. It's a critique of art criticism. This is a very important painting for him, which you can find in the gallery of Verona. And he's saying, well, this painting is about 600 years old, but when you have children who draw, they draw still exactly the same way. And so this was a starting point for him to question the discipline of art criticism, because who is there to question what art really is, you know? And so Bella and Brot, they come from Germany, they come from Stuttgart, and they're filmmakers. And they did with us this project Homemade. This was at a time where there was a lot of talk about that children are getting, they're not eating right, and they're getting too obese, and so this was a lot in the papers, and a concern. We also were always in the school board, and that was always something that was brought up. So we talked to these artists, the filmmakers, and what they wanted to do, they made deliberately junk food. So here they made frazzles. That's the real frazzles, and here they're the homemade frazzles. And here, for example, they made a Bounty, and here they made the Smarties. And what they did, they did that with children in kind of a sort of TV. There was like a series of 12 TV stories. So where the children would make these different junk foods. There was also other things, Bounties, Mars bars, and so on. And then they would, for example, go to the supermarket together, always with the camera behind them, and ask for the ingredients that they found on the package. Or they would phone up the helpline, because every one of these products have a helpline, and then they would ask, I want to make this myself. How can I make it? And then they on the helpline say, you can't make this. And then children say, why not? You know, it just says here the ingredients. Where do I get them? And they also had in the local Greasy Spoon as a sort of another helpline. Call your friend, kind of thing. And so they would phone this chef, this restaurant is closed by now, but to get some help. And it was a lovely project. And in the end, we did the screening with all the children, and they also made a choir to help with the music for this thing. And all the children and the parents came, and we actually made a buffet, which half was the junk food and half was the new produced food, and the other, third was sort of beautiful kind of slow food that we made for the buffet for everybody to eat. Okay. Now, Emily White. She is a composer, she is a sackbut player and she plays the trumpet and trombonist. And she was looking at a project called Center of Huntley. This is Ronald Center. And Ronald Center, this is him in the 70s. He was a composer in his own right. He died relatively early, before he really came to fame. But he composed a lot of music, and some of it was already played by the BBC Symphony Orchestra and such outlets. But in the end, he never came to fame, and his work sort of was never wrapped up. But there is a number of people, aficionados, who love this man and think he was one of the best composers of the 20th century. And so what she did, she really worked up his work, transcribed all the work, which was very important, and made a CD of it. And then she also created an event in the church with all the people who can contribute about this work. So there was a lot of facets to it. We had a number of events. We got somebody to write his biography. We got people from academics from all over the country, but also from abroad. For example, Jim Naughtie, the very famous radio person, as a newsreader from BBC, he written a book, The Making of Music. It's a BBC publication, and it's dedicated to Ronald Center. And so we did that project, and it took about a year to produce the CD and part all this music and create all that hype around it. And in the end, we had also a Ronald Center walk around town, because he was teaching in the local school. We went to the house where he was living, and in the different churches where he was an organist. One of them is also here next door, the Jehovah's Witness Hall. That's where all the people had their lessons, their piano lessons. Some of them feared the man very much, and so they were interested in coming back to see the place. So, and also Sally Garden, she's a singer, and she did something about Secret Center, because she said very, very important was his wife. And so she unearthed all the songs and created a website. And here in the Stewart's Hall, she is singing those songs. But her husband is a pianist, because she turned it around. Normally, often it is the man and the wife is working in the background. But she said in Ronald Center's life, the wife played an enormous role. And so she turned this a bit around for that activity, recreating those songs. Okay. So, as you can see, we have worked with a kind of range of projects, always bringing people together. That was sort of the gist. I mean, the very beginning, we maybe had artists just visiting Huntly and bringing ready-mades to us, and then we had maybe a painter. But from then onwards, we had actually artists who were always working with the local people. And that's called normally socially engaged art. We often thought of how else could we call it, collaborative art or something. But in the sort of discipline, it's called socially engaged art. But it's really about how can you bring people together through the communities of interest. And that built quite a bit of trust in the community. And they gathered some money together because they wanted to solve one big problem. And that big problem was that the Huntly was called, earlier in the 90s, branded the family town. And they really didn't like this. And so they wanted us to find an artist that would rebrand the town, but this time the community would work together on how to brand it. And they didn't like the family town because the families who came, they were really disappointed because they expected a lot of play parks. The people who have no families, they didn't even stop here because they thought there would be only play parks. But also there was one thing I heard later on, is that Keith, the next town in the west, only 10 kilometers away from here, they called us the incest town. And that's not how we want to be called. So anyway, they wanted to get rid of this family town thing. And so we made an international call out. And Jacques Houtzer from Cape Town got the job. And what he thought is the family town is good. We don't throw it out, but there is more to families, to a community than families. You know, you have also the natural environment, the river, the two rivers. And so he connected it like this. But you also have, you have young people, migrant people, the elderly, and you have also the history, the culture, the family, supermarkets, sport, and so on. And so you connected this in a similar way as the rivers. And actually what appeared is really this sort of antler. And the antler has always been very important in the emblems of Huntly since the Golden Highlanders. Here you see the bident again. And so what he created is a kind of very new and contemporary version of a logo, which was called Huntly Scotland. But he needed now also a brand. And so here you see also the new coat of arms, and this new coat of arms was created, and you can see it now in the Stewart's Hall. The people from the Castle of Scotland, the Lord Lion, came with a big fanfare to create that. But basically, what is important now to understand is this room to room, and room to room stems from album from a poem of George MacDonald. Remember George MacDonald? Here he is. And also an album by the Waterboys, a famous Scottish pop band that loved that poem. This is Mike Scott. He's a leader of the Waterboys, and he created a whole album for the Waterboys. And so this is how this project appeared, and then. We were, this is Huntly Room to Room, how we are branded now. Again, here, George MacDonald and Mike Scott. And so basically what he did is, it's called Huntly Room to Room. And Room to Room is really interesting because it's sort of, we have space in a kind of geographic sense, but it gives us also space in a more spiritual or mental sense. Because what he did, he came to me and to Donald Boyd, who is the Huntly Development Trust, and said, I'm really sorry, there is nothing special about Huntly. And we got all worried because we gave him all this money. But he said, what you have room to room. And so this is what is our brand now. And if you like, I sing you the song now from the Waterboys. Yes? Remember, this is the poem from George MacDonald, but then the Waterboys picked it up as a song. So I have to compose my voice. Room to Room, an anthem for Huntly. You go yours and I go mine, the many ways we went, many days and many ways, ending in one end. Many roam and his curing song, many a road and many an inn. Room to roam, but only one home for all the world to win. Oh, so you go yours and I'll go mine, the many, 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 many ways we went, many days and many ways, ending in one end. So, okay, there we go. Thanks for the clapping. So, here you also see this because they were always singing in the Gordon Arms Hotel, and that is our sound collection piece. Is a blackboard there which hangs in the foyer of the Gordon Arms Hotel. And here you see the Room to Room choir on Bogie Street. Which is a lovely picture of them all. And this is where we are coming together with the Gordon Schools, Jacques Kutzer and the then rector. Okay, so we have created a t-shirt and we have also these cups. And lots of memorabilia that people can buy in Huntly these days. Oops. So, you see, if you drive to Huntly today, it says Huntly Room to Room and not anymore Huntly, the family town. Okay. Leanne Kutzer is actually the wife of Jacques Kutzer, and she spent a bit of time with him and his family here as well, while he was in residence. And what she did, she's a dancer, a performer, and she on first May Day, and it was the day when we all launched this Room to Room. she created a dance that wrapped up in a sort of tartar the Duke of Gordon, who is on the square, and he was a very wealthy man who at some point sold off our town. At that time, we also had an artist called Gary Williams. He originally comes from near Glasgow, the outskirts of Glasgow, but he had problems in Glasgow. In fact, he was beaten up at some point, and he wanted to leave and be in a smaller place where he could have a more quiet life. But what really happened is he realized that quite often on Friday, Saturday night, there are lots of street fights happening in town. And so he created this project called Music for Street Fights. And he made a business card and also some posters, and he distributed them around the pubs. And if a fight would occur, they would phone us. And so phone him, and they would then drive to the fight and see what happens with the music. So he took a van, and it is dressed up a little bit like a Grampian Police, but it says Music for Street Fight instead of Grampian Police. And it has two loudspeakers, and Enrico Morricone was played as soon as a fight occurred. And he is waiting at night time with the police, actually, because normally it's their job on Friday and Saturday night to monitor what is going on, waiting for a fight to occur. Good. So, over those years, I would say we established our kind of interest in socially engaged art and in placemaking. That was at a time where probably the idea of placemaking was not talked about much, while it is very much in vogue now. And we wanted to create a small conference, which we did, called Practica, with David Harding. He's a well-known lecturer at Glasgow School of Art who created the environmental art course there. And so here we are getting together with, I think it was in total 12 artists who are all having a socially engaged art practice. And we were together for a week, and in the end produced a book where everybody is introducing their work. The idea of it was that there would be only the artists and ourselves, and to critique each other. And so that was a really important milestone for us to sort of be also recognized within the art history of socially engaged art and placemaking here in Scotland. And so here we are sitting together around the critique. And at the end of the day, what was important, that each of these artists was placed with a member in the community. So everybody slept with somebody else in the community. And in the end, we had a dinner and a ceilidh with the community members and our artists. So that was a really interesting time where we got together and sort of really talked where is our place within the socially engaged art circuit. Okay. Now, Marilyn Ricks, she is an artist who is also a cook. And she established a project, Feed the Five. And Feed the Five looks really at older women who are really good cooks, but haven't got a family to cook for anymore. But at the same time, again, this was a lot of talk always about that young people don't know how to cook anymore, or they don't have time to cook, or they have very bad diets. And so she wanted to bring them together. And when she says Feed the Five, it was more that somebody who maybe is alone living and somebody would be brought together with a family, and they cook for them, but in return for a family meal. And so here she's spending time, she's really researching the food culture in Antrim, and she spent the whole day in an armchair at the local butcher. And this is, again, it was still happening. Often these events happen in the end at the Halloween festival because we had so much people coming, and really hundreds of people came together. We had about 50 families that brought together by these local women chefs to have a meal together on that night. Mm-hmm. Okay, and now we're coming to Senzeni Maracela. She did a project called Jonga. Again, we produced a book of this one, which is a lovely little publication. And this was at a time where we had quite a lot of teenage pregnancies in our town. And so sometimes we are approached by teachers, social workers, all kind of actors here in the town, stakeholders. Can you do something about it? Well, what can we do about the teenage pregnancies? I'm not sure. But what we could do is we can bring artists to think about these issues and, for example, make clear that this is not unique to Huntley, that happens all over the world and has a lot to do with young women's self-esteem. So we brought this artist called Sensene Maracela. She has herself 2 children from different marriages, and she comes from Johannesburg, and it is an area where actually, there are a lot of women issue domestic violence and rape and terrible things. It's very well known for that in Johannesburg and in South Africa altogether. So she has 2 children from multiple fathers, but she's a very well-known artist she had even a long-term visa in the US, and she could travel, and she came with her daughter Tato to us. And this was also the year where we had 50 years of 50 years anniversary, the birthday of the Barbie doll. And what she did, she made a Barbie amnesty. So people were donating all these Barbies. We got over 1,000 Barbies. Some were naked and some were dressed. And she made a Barbie museum and laid that out in a local shop. And she just placed them as they arrived and made also this kind of quite interesting sort of collage there. But she also invited a real life Barbie. She is called Sarah Butch, and she was 50 years old. She also was in her 50s year. And she said, everything is fake on me. I spent $500,000 on making myself fake. My hair is fake. My boobs is fake. My eyes are fake. And so, and she made her money from being this real life Barbie. And it's up to you to judge who you think is prettier. But anyway, I've made my mind up. But what's always very important is that after the project, we have also, remember the 50-50, that while the projects are very community oriented, that we have also a sort of a dialogue. So what comes in is, one is the community, one is the art, but the third one is the subject matter. And in this case, it was the women's self-esteem. So here's the real life Barbie. This gentleman, he's a doctor. He is plastic surgeon. He does boob jobs, so to speak. She's a writer, feminist writer. She is the editor of The F Word, which is a feminist magazine. And that was a local teacher who deals a lot with girls with problems with self-esteem. But herself, she had anorexia earlier in his life. So we create these kind of discussions between people that come from very different strands to the project. Okay? So I have to sort of go fast here because our next project, another concern we always had is around the environment. And so we look at heritage, we look at social issues, we look at the environment and identity. That's what we did for about 10 years, different projects from these different 4 strands. And Jacqueline Donaghy, an artist that is from Glasgow, did a project called Slow Down. Now, she came in residence. She looked at our town before her residency, and we wanted to do an environmental project. And what she realized is this is a brilliant place for cycling, but there are no cycle paths. And then she came with her husband as well as her 3 young sons from Glasgow. Quite noisy, I must say. Quite a noisy time. And they went to school and they did a cycling proficiency test. And they were told, now you can cycle, but you're not allowed to cycle to school because it's too dangerous. She was just outraged at that time and said, I'm going to do a cycle project and I get people to cycle in this town. So she made a bicycle amnesty. People donated their broken bikes and she helped people to fix them and they painted all blue so that they became town bikes, a bit like Boris bikes. But the other thing she did, she was really researching the town and created an 8-kilometer cycle path within and around the town. the cycle path, basically where would be a good cycle path. And she made a map of this, and then she made these Blue Peter kind of contraptions. There's an upside down water bottle, and underneath is a little brush, and in it is color, a colorful chalk, just loose chalk. And then we did a cycling festival, and you see these contraptions are sort of on the bottom of people's bicycles, and the guy is whistling, and as we are leaving, the people are drawing the cycle path. And the next day it rained and the cycle path was gone again. But really it showed what would be a good cycling area for the town. And for example, the police had to be part of it. And we said, no, only if you cycle. And they had to do their own cycling proficiency test before they were able to join our festival called Slow Down. So now Tim Brennan, he lives in Sunderland. He's a professor there at the art school, and he did a project called Deveron Maneuvers, where he did 2 walks. So walking is also an important part of our way of bringing people together. And we are doing this more and more. And he created walks, a bespoke walk for the town collection, and another one for the Battle Hill, which was at the time was threatened to be completely cut down. A lot has been cut down afterwards, but not the whole thing. And so that's what he did. And at the same time, we were working with a bit with Richard DeMarco, who we then walked again, because this was we had a project around 7,000 oaks, which comes from Joseph Beuys's 7,000 oaks in Germany, and this was the first time where we really had the idea we might plant a forest here in Huntley. So again, coming in with this forest that was about to be cut down, and people were really up in arms. There was a lot of discussions, and so what we always trying to do is find a new way of bringing a fair discussion to the place, rather than these people who are opposed, as well as those ones who are for what is happening. And so the artist Katrina McKay, she's a harp player, and she created completely new music just for the Battle Hill, which included both the natural elements like the leaves, as well as the birds and so on, but also the sawmill and the electric saws and the generators and so on. And it was a lovely concert she did here in the middle of the Battle Hill. Okay, Utopia Group. Now, Utopia Group, they hail from China. And we wanted to, I told you that we do quite often projects that have to do with the history of the place. And there was a man, an amazing man. I'm actually totally in love with this man. He's called James Lake. And this is him. And he came from Huntley, and he was a missionary. He went to China and lived there for 30 years. But he kind of lost a bit interest in the Bible. He probably didn't lose interest in the Bible, but he actually devoted himself to the Chinese classics. So he translated 100 Chinese classics, among them the Confucius, the Tao books, the I Ching, all these important books. And he then later on, after 30 years, he came back to Britain and was the first ever professor for sinology at Oxford University. But not just the first one in Oxford, he was the first one ever for sinology. And here, he brings 3 young people to Huntley. There were pupils in China, and he brings them here. They were for 3 years in the Huntley school to learn English. And one of them becomes a philosopher in China. And together with James Lake, they were the first one who brought newspapers to China. So suddenly, actually, knowledge would come from below rather than from above, from the emperor. And so these 2 artists, they're called the Utopia Group. They do the completely multifaceted program. I mean, there were complete workhorses. I couldn't believe it, for the things they did. But among many other things, they really wanted to give James Lake a proper funeral because his grave is actually in Oxford, in Huntly. And they said he was never really acknowledged in Huntly. And so what they did, they made this massive ship out of paper mache, just with newspaper, just with Huntly Expresses. And they created this massive ship. And then this massive ship was carried down to the River Deveron by the whole Scottish Chinese diaspora came to Huntly and was carrying this ship, as well as people from our town, people especially from the sort of Christian communities, and so to give him this funeral. And here I just wanted to show you this picture. I'm finding this totally fascinating. So this is the Chinese, and this is how it's translated. But this is also the annotation, how it could have been translated, because translation is never really true, And so if you're today at a sinologist's office, at any of the universities, I went to the one in Edinburgh, the Confucius Institute, this book is like the Bible. It is just in front of them as the most important classic they have. And so here, the community is going down with the ship to the River Deveron. They're dressing in white because in China, a funeral is a happy occasion and people are dressing in white, whereas here they're dressing in black. People are walking down to the River Deveron, and here they're burning the ship and giving James Lake finally his funeral that he really deserved. Okay. So that's the Utopia group, and it's called Palace of Puzzles. Good. In 2009, we welcomed Mozambican artist Pompilia Hilario, colloquially called Jemus. And he came, this was 2008, was the big credit crunch. By 2009, this really started hitting Huntly as well. More shops closed. One of the most prominent banks, the Claxton Bank, closed, and we wanted to do a project that looks at that. So what he wanted to do is, he said, is there something that, in Africa we are always poor. We're always poor. Whereas you in Europe, you have money. And is there something that we have ubiquitously, whereas you don't? And so we came up with a calabash. So all over Africa, you find calabashes. And so he arrived in Huntly with literally 1,000 calabashes. And what he thought is he makes a calabash bank and he swaps calabashes against good ideas for the town. And so he created this, I just showed you already, this calabash bank credit card. And so here he, for example, goes to the bank and wants to buy calabashes with his credit card. The banker is quite puzzled, but he also went to Asda with it. He went on a shopping train to Aberdeen, and as you can see, it was during Christmas time, and it is always Santa who comes with all this shopping and all this commerce, and so he had there was a local artist called Noma Hunter who was going as his helper. So normally it is actually the white Santa and the black helper, but this was the other way around, and here is Jemus himself at the Golden Schools in the canteen. And we had then, in the end, a sort of Christmas festival where he's swapping all these calabashes with the bank, through his credit card, through the ideas. And he made a lovely book, which I have here, actually. You see him again in school, where he made all the list of his ideas, which was here, the ideas bank. You can see it. People were collecting. Yeah, it was a delight to have in Huntly. And it is really important for us that we have people from all over the world, and they were always so welcomed in our town. Is that when Huntly is still quite a white Scottish town, and you bring people and bring new ideas, and they just love the place. And I think that's what makes people really happy, if they bring people who also love the place and come with new ideas and see the world in a different way. So, this was a short project with a writer called Hans Abing. And Hans Abing, he actually written a really important book called Why Are Artists Poor? So we have now basically worked for over 10 years with artists, and we realized it was always the residences took place, we paid them some money, we always managed to give them a fee, we always give them a material allowance and the travel and also their stay, but there is always this underlying poverty among artists, and we wanted to get behind that. So we invited a lot of artists that we had worked with until then. Diane Scallion came, and Roderick McCarron, and Jacqueline Baumecki, and Kenny Hunter, but also the local artists, and really discussed this. And it was a very inspiring conference weekend. And really, one of the reasons that he told us, but this is of course not the only reason, is basically that artists have a very different kind of mindset to people maybe in working in commercial companies or in oil companies, that a lot of people here in our area work in oil companies. So people in those companies, they are often only valued through money, whereas artists, often money is not the most important thing for them. So they're often more interested that they get actually into the press, or that they get an exhibition somewhere, and then they struggle to actually make it possible. And this is something we wanted to sort of tackle, is this, how can we work better with artists in the future? But I can't say that we ever resolve that, because it is always project by project, it's always short term. Artists have to really fight for their money and have to continuously apply for money and get often rejected. And it is difficult to really sustain a living. But I thought I'd bring this up, that it is something that we are concerned with, and we want to discuss with artists. A similar kind of, not the same thing, but is something that always appeared, is the health and safety issues that we have. And we have so many regulations, and they crept in year after year, more and more. They really impact on our own admin, and we invited David Cherrel, comes from Glasgow, to do a project about health and safety. So here, he is sitting on the Huntley Square with his booth and collects stories about health and safety. And he collects the stories that people say, oh, this is really unwieldy that I have to do this, and the teachers have to fill in so many forms, they can hardly find time to teach. Whereas there are also people from oil companies where they said, well, if there wasn't health and safety, I may not be alive today, or I would be very ill, because certain rules have really helped such people. To start with, he set up his own, he went to a risk assessment course, so he could risk assess his own projects he did. And so he did a whole range of projects. For example, he set up out-of-date society. So this out-of-date society, they would come together once a week, and they would only eat out-of-date food, and then discuss the out-of-date food and whether they liked it or not. And here he did, at the local barber, a risk-assessed haircut. Yeah, and then he took that all. So he actually created a book, A to Z to health and safety. And on one afternoon, he was presenting this book from the A to Z. And A stands for America, and it's all their fault. So this is the A to Z for health and safety. You see, he's dressed up in his safety clothes, and is presenting this to the communities, his finding. And what was really interesting after that, because we actually were paid for this was paid by the Health and Safety Committee of Aberdeenshire Council, this project, and he was even hired by Manchester Police to present his findings. So, yeah. You can take from yourself from what you think about it. So again, projects that in 2010, so we are well into the 10 years of having residencies. And Stephanie Bowen, she comes from France, and she is one of the first people that ever introduced me to socially engaged art at a place where I worked before, Deveron Projects, before we set up Deveron Projects. And she's a very interesting artist, and she wanted to look at the food chain, and so how so much food nowadays is produced in this area but goes straight for export, whereas ourselves we can only buy food that is imported. And so what she did, a number of projects that looked at the distribution, the consumption, and the growing of food. And so here she is bringing real Aberdeen Angus into Tesco, whereas inside Tesco you cannot buy an Aberdeen Angus in our own Tesco. And she's also working with hotels, and in the past, for example, you could collect your food scraps, and every hotel would have a pig, and the pig would then eat the food scraps, and eventually the pig would be slaughtered, and you would find it on the menu of the hotel. But that's not the case anymore. So she gave this pig some rucksack. These are these typical caddies for composting. And so these caddies then brought to another company that is about 60 kilometers away from here to be produced into compost. And then it comes back to Huntly, and she hired these really fancy cars. She didn't hire them. The local car company gave it these fancy cars, and she filled them completely up with the compost that comes from these food scraps. And people could pick up the compost for free. But it really shows all the traveling that goes between all this producing of food and this composting and the food waste that we are creating. Okay. So she called that red herring because she was looking always at the labels, saying, oh, this is all environmentally friendly. But when you deeper look at it, it is kind of a red herring. And she had a final event in a greenhouse. And as the greenhouse, as a discussion, we're heating up, the greenhouse steamed up. And that's where people were meeting to discuss these kind of issues around the food chain. Mm-hmm. Now, Hamish Fulton is quite a well-known artist. He's from England, and he's one of the most known walking artists. And he did a project with us called 21 Days in the Cairngorms. And this was at the time where the Cairngorm National Park was created. So the Cairngorm National Park starts, I'm not totally sure, something like maybe 30 kilometers from Huntly, or maybe only 25 kilometers, not very far from here. So we would have loved to be part of this park, but we're not. And we wanted to show that this is just, the boundaries are very, very political. So the people inside the park were quite unhappy because the house prices went up, or a lot of the property went to people from far away as second homes, whereas for their own people they couldn't build new houses. Whereas the people outside were also unhappy because a lot of money goes into the national park, whereas we are sort of left outside with less tourism and less interest for our local environment. So Hamish Fulton, he wanted to walk 21 days through the Cairngorms and to just show that there are no barriers. And he did that without, just with his rucksack, not seeing one B&B, not one shop, just having everything with him. But to start with, he walked with the community of Huntly around the town. This is just one block where they walk again and again over 2 hours, just 2 meters of a difference, a bit in a sort of Buddhist kind of sense. And the next day, he's starting to walk with us from Huntly. He's saying goodbye to Huntly, into the Cairngorms here, and people then fizzle out. And in the end, after the end of the day, he's just walking alone for the 21 days, 21 day, 23 nights camping from Huntly Square to Glenmore Lodge. Mm-hmm. And then when he walks into Glenmore Lodge, quite a number of us arrived there and greeted him with a beer. So this was actually when we started getting really interested in walking as an art. And myself, I've always been a keen walker. I've walked in many parts of the world, but also back to Scottish on Monroe, so it was a bit of a strange obsession. But I realized that walking is a really interesting way of bringing art and people together. So at that time, we had also somebody called Peter Liversidge, and he did something called Huntley Proposals. Peter Liversidge, he writes with an old-fashioned typewriter, tick-tock, 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 and he is having ideas, and he writes these ideas down. So he had these 50 ideas, and he brings them to Huntley, and he types them and then posts them to us. And in the end, we just made a book about his work with many, many of these ideas. And one of them that I love most, and still would have loved to do at some point, he went to a fiddler's rally. A fiddler's rally means that all the sort of local fiddlers come together and they play various tunes, and we sit there and watch it. But he wanted to bring all the fiddlers of Aberdeenshire together, and so there would be no audience, but only fiddlers. The complete Stuart Hall packed with literally, because 200 people can actually be in a Stuart Hall with 200 fiddlers, and that would be the massive, very, very big fiddlers rally. So I like these kind of ideas. So some of the ideas we have actually realized, whereas many not. They stay in this book. Norma Hunter is a local artist. She lives in the area, and we had her for quite a while with us for her project around Art Visitor. So she was already before with us here, but she she helps us out on various projects. But for Art Visitor, she was the first one who wanted to look more with us at equality, diversity, issues like that. And so here she did a lovely project where she brought a number of wheelchair users in Huntley together onto the square, together with non-wheelchair users. And so she asked the people, like myself, who don't use a wheelchair, to sit in a wheelchair, and we got a little task. So somebody got a task to buy a stamp at the local post office. Somebody else got a task to book a room in the Golden Arms Hotel. Somebody should buy a newspaper, and so on. Somebody should get their money out at the bank. And then we would go with our wheelchair and realize how difficult it is. And the wheelchair user was helping us to get into this place. And it was, oh my God, like a roller coaster. And it was really a lovely sunny day where we had so much fun realizing how difficult it is with a wheelchair. But also it was very, very empowering for the wheelchair users. And so Norma did quite a range of projects. Similar to when we had a town artist with David Blythe, but more an arts visitor. It's a bit like the idea from the health visitor, but she goes and checks, how can we highlight people's issues around diversity and equality, but also how can we help them to empower themselves, or how can we change our attitudes. Mm-hmm. So we're reaching the year 2010. Another very well-known person that came from Huntley originally was called James Gordon. And Maida Lopez, a wonderful artist from the Basque Country in Spain, she was invited to help us sort of unearth the legacy of this man, James Gordon, who was the first man in Scotland who drew Scotland, So he was a 17th century cartographer, and for the Blais Atlas, the most important first atlas in Amsterdam, he painted, this is actually a drawing of Strasbourg, but he drew Scotland. For me, it's fascinating, if you live in Huntley, but you have no idea what Glasgow is, you can't sort of imagine that. But then, so she was meant to make a contemporary reaction to this, and she did a community mapping project for which she painted stones in these different colors. And Maida, she always works with the primary colors. So blue meant I like this place. Red means I hate this place. Blue means I said green. Blue means I have good memories of this place. Yellow means I would love to spend more time in this place, and so on. And everybody had to pick up one of the stones and then walk around town and leave the stones according to their feelings about the town. And so there was one cafe, for example, which had a whole red can in front of it. It was quite... And she did the same thing actually in the school as well. Like the physics department, I don't think had many red stones. And so here, for example, the library... The bookshop has only positive colors. The library has a mix of colors. And so when the people came back to the square, they had stickers. And with the stickers, there was a big map. And they would stick onto the map their colors. And so we could see what's the good and the bad and the ugly of Huntly. And today you still find this big map at the Huntly Development Trust. It's always a sort of reminder, their square is really where our focus of attention is, and where are the other places which we really like and which ones we have problems with. Good. Now this is Shona Donaldson, and she is a singer. And she is actually a Bothy ballad singer, and Bothy ballads traditionally were always sung by men. And so she is one of the first women Bothy ballad singers. She's not the only one, but she comes from Huntly originally. She was trained here at the Gordon School, and then went to Plockton to the traditional music school, and really studied at Glasgow Conservatoire singing. And so she created an album called Short Long Nichts and Long Kisses, and with all kind of Bothy ballads. But what she really did was important was a so-called Greg Duncan collection. It's a collection in 3 volumes of the brothers Duncan, and they were collecting all the songs of the Bothy ballads of the Northeast, this is the home of the Bothy ballads here. And but sometimes they were patchy. Sometimes a bit of music was missing, and sometimes the text was missing. So she was really working on identifying new texts for these ballads, if she finds it somewhere else, or she would make her own new text. And the same she did with the music. And in the end, she created an album with all these songs that she was singing. And her event was, then we did a Bothy ballad bus. So people went on a bus, here she is, where she was singing, and they stopped in all these different farms where these Bothy ballads took place. And in the end, we had also a CD launch, and that was taking place in the Masons Hall, with a lot of fun and different people from different places. So as I said, with Hamish Fulton, we started getting more interested in walking. And I, by the time, was working full-time at Deveron Arts. Before I was always part-time. And I then came across this American system of working lunches. So working lunch is really something you need to save time, and you work through your lunch, and you have a meeting and as well as lunch. Whereas I thought, well, I can accelerate that. I can have work, walk, and lunch. And so I created these walking lunches where I meet with people that I want to have a one-to-one meeting with. And I pack the lunchbox, and I also, my partner takes photographs. They always take a still life, they take a portrait, and they take a landscape. But the portrait can't be me, so it could be themselves or an animal or a person that they see, or even their shoes, or they can do what they like. But really, it's a very nice way of meeting people, because one good thing about walking is sometimes it's difficult to look at people eye to eye. So if it's a really good way of conflict prevention. You can talk to each other, but it's not like a meeting where you have to talk about this now. And so you can actually do it in a quite relaxed way. At the end, we're quite strict to do it for 1 minute, and I write the agenda, and my partner helps me add to the agenda. I write the minutes, and they fix the minutes with their own thoughts and put the pictures in, and then I have archived it. And by today, I've put probably 200 or 250 of such archives on my computer. Mm-hmm. So again, in that year, Baudouin Mwanda came. Baudouin Mwanda, he comes from the Congo. I myself came across him at the Bamako Biennial, which is a big photography biennial. And Baudouin Mwanda was the top prize winner there. And he was very famous for his swagger photos, sape. In French it's called sape, in English it's called swagger. And so he takes these photographs of actually really poor people, but they put all the money they have into these amazing suits. And in a way, when you come to Huntly or to Scotland in general, it always was interesting for me how the nightlife, how people dress. And so we want to sort of find a way of picturing this. And so Baudouin was then tasked to befriend. He befriended a lot of people and took photographs, and he created fashion shows and these kind of things. But he spent a lot of time in nightlife to photograph people how on their dress code when they are on the way to the disco on a Friday and Saturday night. And here it is. He had his studio in a shop down the road, just opposite the disco, and you can see how it's very, very cold, and people still dress quite loosely when they come into the studio. Mm-hmm. And now, 10 years of that, I needed to find a way of taking stock, and there was still Nuno around. In the meantime, he has moved to the area. He became the director of the Scottish Sculpture Workshop, and he was, ever since he was the Shadow Curator, he wanted, he suggested we should write a book about this and how to do it. And I felt that was a good idea, but I was a bit reluctant because I don't have myself an art background. I'm an anthropologist, as you can see. I'm sort of more into listening to people and that kind of things. But he said, well, what we need to do is more write a manual. And that's what we did. It's called Artocracy, as if the world was ruled by art. And instead of democracy or theocracy or so, it is, how would that look like? And so we try to write down really all the way we work and to analyze how we work and make that accessible to artists or to people who want to set up themselves a socially engaged art organization in a smaller place. So it is really dedicated to more the rural place. We decided the maximum size should be 10,000 people, because if you work in a place like Huntly, well, the drug addict's son and the doctor's daughter go to the same school. Whereas if you're in a city, it wouldn't work the same way, because you're either in a touristy area or you're much more in a kind of a rich area where art lovers go, or you're in a very poor area. You don't have that same mix of people, of bringing people together. So I'm not sure whether it would work there. So we've written it all down. There's always the kind of, I have the book actually here. Artocracy. I'll click through it for you. And so the Shadow Curator is always asking questions. Why do you do this? Why do you do that? And so what we then did is we thought, okay, what you need to do first is really make an audit of your town. Is sort of what do you have? What's the demography? What's the location? What the kind of people? What are the shops? And so really make this kind of audit. And so we did it for Huntly, but then we did it also for any town, So, how do people vote, and what is the age distribution, and so on. And then we looked more analytically. So Artocracy really consists of people, very important. So people are the curator, the artist, the public, stakeholders, and the funders. And then it goes into context. And there's the physical and the cultural. We talked also earlier about nature culture. Then the results, they are the outputs and the outcomes. And then what are the processes? They are the conceptual and the creative processes, whereas equally important are the organizational processes that allow you to make these more conceptual and creative processes. And that's something that not everybody always sees, how much background work needs to be done with the fundraising, the marketing, the administration to actually get your creative processes going. So we have these kind of project layers that I just try to explain, and then we analyze this even further. So, for example, when you go to the artists, you have the local artists and you have the visiting artists. When you have the funders, you got the art funders and the non-funders. And then when you have the curators, you have the staff, you have the shadow curator, you have the incoming curators, and you have the sort of a team that you have, and so on. I mean, you have to buy the book to really see this, but the same we did, for example, with the context, that you look at the natural environment. This is the seasons, the weather, the land use, and so on. Whereas the built environment has maybe the parks, the squares, the churches, and so on. But you have also the socio-cultural context, the history, the economics, and so on. So really we try to sort of look in a magnifying glass how we work and what are these kind of ways of working. And with the processes, we have the conceptual creative processes. It's the selection of the artists, choice of the venue, selection of the topics, and the development of the concept itself. The administration, the never-ending administration that comes out of the organizational, it becomes a big thing. Policies, the insurance, the budgeting, the banking, the health and safety, and the organizational is really the networking, the learning, and the staffing that you need to do. And then also what became really important through this whole process is our own documenting and archiving. So we document a lot through the books that we create. You saw me coming in with a lot. We have here, or with the DVDs, here's the music for street fights, and here's the seasons from Debbie Benson and her Christmas sprouts and so on. And there's a beautiful book of Hamish Fulton with the can bombs. But we also needed to have an archive that is easily accessible for people on the web. And there is also an archive that people can access through art history. And so in my office, we have an archive for each project ever since. It was a lot of work to establish, and now it's a lot of work to keep it all this up. And the results really are the sort of what comes out of it, So you have the outputs and the outcomes. And the outputs are really products. There can be these books, for example. They can be, we had a billboard for Diane Scallion. We have the town collection pieces. We have, of course, the archive. These are the sort of physical things you have in hand. But our outputs are also, for us in particular, are the events and the sort of hospitality we are creating. So there can be festivals, there can be workshops, and there can be concerts, and so on. But then important is really, why do we do all this, I mean, you question yourself, do we actually need all this stuff? And so the important is really to think about the outcomes for the 50-50, the community and the arts. What does the community get out of this? What kind of learning comes? What kind of dialogue? What friendships are created? And the same for the arts. How are we pushing on the arts? Just getting friendship is not good enough, because then you might as well just play football or something. But really, how do you push on the art, especially the socially engaged art, or in the field that we are in, rural placemaking? This is where our place is the rural small town venue, small town as a venue or as a place, the small town context in the rural and the socially engaged artists. That's where our things come together. So this is kind of autocracy. We then thought, okay, some people said in the writing is, maybe this only works for Huntley. Yeah, maybe. But we actually then tried to do this, test this out in other places. So, for example, in Germany, I only typed in Huntley into the Deutsche Bahn website, and the first place that came up was called Huntlosen. So, Huntlosen. And so what I did, I went there and visited this place and talked to the people that are there and identified very similar issues. Youth dissatisfaction, things like environmental issues have different environmentalists, but environmental issues. Growing racism, conservatism, and so on. So we then also, so this is Hundlosen, we then also connected with somebody, Jacques Kutzer, who was an artist with us, as you have heard, and he didn't go back to Pretoria where he used to live. He went to a small place called Riebeek-Kasteel. It's the size of Huntley, because he liked it much better to live in the countryside and is less dangerous. And so he then in the meantime, tested out a number of our strategies there, which was very interesting. So this is Rite Castel. And Nuno did it in a place in Portugal, where they had asked him to introduce the town as the venue to this place. And it is at the coast. It's sort of a place also that it had a bit of tourism, but it was very seasonal. The rest of the year, nothing was going on, and a lot of aging community, and so very similar issues that you find across the whole of Europe, but also in other places, as you can see in South Africa. So this is actually now the first, another 5 years. We are into the end of 2010. We have produced Autocracy, and I'm going to have a break now and tell you a little bit more soon. Okay? Goodbye. Hello. Oh, it's getting more and more stuff. I'm now telling you for the next 5 years what's going on. So basically until 2015 or something. Right. Hope there's a better way. Get it out of the image and more coming. Good. All right then. So Priya Ravish Mehra, she comes from India. She's from Delhi. And I had the fantastic luck to get a Scottish Arts Council grant to travel with a number of other curators to India to see craft. I mean, it was a feast, I tell you. It was an exhausting time, but the most beautiful stuff we saw. On my way there, on my travels, I met Priya Ravish Mehra, and she does something very interesting. She works with a cast of danas. And this is from her hometown, Najimabad. And here she brought 2 danas to Huntley. They don't speak any English, but they can darn, and what she calls it, making the invisible visible. And if you hold it against the light or the window, you would not see that it has been done. And this cast of danas, that's what they have done for generations in particular. So in the past, everything had to be fixed, whereas now it is more the shawls of the Maharajas and for important pieces, because India has such an important textile heritage. It's also the only country in the world that has actually a ministry of textiles. And so very interesting. Now, of course, the older generation is very used to the darning, whereas younger people, even like me, the most I can do is put a patch on it, you know. But basically, she brought them over, and we made a nationwide call out for people to bring the darning, and so people brought their kilts, and they brought their sort of heirlooms. And there was even people from the Koto Institute who would come and bring the most important, precious textiles to Huntley, so they could be fixed, because there's virtually no such skill anymore in Britain. And anyway, that's what she did. And at the end of the day, so she was here for 3 months, and they were here for 2 months. It was interesting because they would always sit on the floor, but of course the floor is cold here. They weren't comfortable on chairs, and also with the food. And it was such an amazing time to work with those people with this incredible craft, but being from such a different part of the world. And at the end, what she did, she hooked up with somebody called Janneke Krausen, who was setting up an organization in Huntley, which is a sort of craft cooperative. And they made a textile walk around Huntley, because we had a bigger textile mill here before, and the streets are called, for example, Bleachfield Street. It's sort of, from the bleaching times, and so basically it is really sort of bringing crafters together, and in every possible shop, the Indian, at the different shops, there would be a crafter. Somebody was spinning, somebody was knitting, somebody was, weaving, for example, or something. So, and that would help sort of to rethink about craft, and in particular about textile craft, And there was also a kilt maker, never to forget, and here's the spinner, you see. And so it was a very beautiful day. Good. Roka Guthrie, she is, she's somebody who's really dear to Huntley, and we worked on and off quite a lot of times, but she was also quite at the beginning when we started the sort of thinking more about walking. And in 2010, new regulations came in for artists who came from overseas. And so in 2011, we did this project called UK Border Walk. And so what we did, we walked exactly along the border between Scotland and England. Of course, most of it isn't visible. This is a short stretch where it is because for the photograph, but a lot of it you had to walk with a GPS. And we walked it a stretch from up Settlington to Hungry-Law via Shitlaw. And so we did that over 2 days, and then we had a conference called Walker Chat. And so she always has these, she comes from a sort of journalist family and did something called Art Chat. And she always brings art together with another discipline. And it is a take on a famous, I think, BBC, or is it, called Art Attack. And so she makes Art Chat and we make then Walker Chat. And so we were bringing together people who had been campaigning against this visa policy for artists. It's called Tier 5. And it makes it very, very difficult to bring artists in from outside Europe. Sadly, now we will have Tier 5 also for people from Europe as of next month, the 1st of January 2021. This is our border walk. You can imagine it was just the best photo we could make. It was absolutely terrible weather. But also with her, we did a number of other things. We, for example, made a website which is called Walking and things, everything to do with walking and music, walking and art and dog walking or something. So she created this website. And the other thing we did is we had something called Walker Chat Monthly, which would bring art people from the north together with the art people from the Central Belt. So we would meet somewhere in the middle of Scotland, stay overnight, discuss a topic, and then go for a Munro walk or a long walk anyway. Okay, so the next artist is Anthony Shrag. Now, Anthony Shrag has become a dear friend of Deveron Projects. We have been working with him a lot and always look for his advice. To me, he's the top of social engagement. He's the king of social engagement in the art. And as you notice, we always work with topics. And sometimes the topics, they do always come from the community. So let's say empty shops. You heard about this a lot, or the same with the obesity, with the health, and so on. But sometimes we have these topics, and it takes a long time you find the right artist, because it has to be an artist that can tackle the problem. He has to be sort of embraced by the community. And so there is one, I've always been on the school board here, and one issue that came up almost in every meeting is that the boys are underachieving. The girls were doing much better, which was traditionally never the case, but the boys were underachieving, and they gave various reasons for it, but they really wanted to sort of find out why is that so much in the case. And one of the reasons they gave is that there was so little male role models for some of the boys. So they came from families where maybe their father left, or their father is offshore. They are working in Angola or in Brazil or something, and are little at home, or all kind of reasons. Maybe there was never a father. And also we have very few male teachers. As in the primary school, we only had one male teacher, and he then even left. In the secondary school, we have more than one lead teacher. But anyway, we invited Anthony Shrag, and because he has been grappling himself a lot with father. He had 3 different fathers in his life, and also with issues around sexuality and so. And we felt that he would tackle this project very sensitively, which is really needed because it's easy to be attacked to do with art talk about such an issue which is so sensitive. And so the first week, what he did, he made a board and said, "Welcome home." And then he stood at 6 o'clock at the Huntley train station in the evening when the commuters came home, and they're often tired and miserable coming from Aberdeen, and then he would hold up "Welcome home." And the other people who were picking up, maybe the dads or the parents who were tired, so they were waiting at the end of the week. They all had a board and they were saying something nice, and there was a real smile on Friday evening to their faces. He did lots of little projects, so I just show a few. Like another one where he's found a lot of children who had no dad, and they sort of were rolling down the hill, and was what is a dad's role model? What is the role actually of a dad? Or one here, Rent-A-Dad. So husband offshore, away from business, missing father figure, look no further. He would come and help out with something that is normally a dad being expected to do in return for a family meal. And then, so women, for example, phoned and said, "Oh, my boy, he likes climbing trees and I'm scared of trees, and can you climb some trees with him?" And so he did. Or he was teaching another boy how to ride a bicycle and that kind of thing. So there was a sort of relationship established with those boys. But he also did it with older ones. He grew himself a beer over the period of his residency, and then they were all allowed to cut once with a razor. And but the whole thing then culminated in a perfect Father's Day. And so on the perfect Father's Day, this is down at the river, he established all kind of games, the kind of things that good dads do on a Father's Day. But he also established a dad zone. And in the dad zone, only dads were allowed. In the other zone, everybody was allowed. And in the dad zone, you would find sort of the thing that dads are given on Father's Day. So beer, pretty girl, barbecue, radio, newspaper, that kind of things inside the dad zone. And so you see where we're getting at. So we had the dad zone, which ones were in the dad zone, which ones were outside. And in the end, he made a tug of war between the dads and the non-dads, and the non-dads won. And that was it. And so what was really nice at the end is, remember our town collection, which I have been talking a bit already. We now have from ScotRail a sign called "Welcome Home," and Huntly is the only town which has such a sign on any of its stations. Following Anthony Schrag, there was Ross Sinclair. In fact, it wasn't following, there was quite some overlap at that time. And Ross Sinclair was picking up a project on the legacy of the Gordons. So, as I said, we had several years, we always did a project around somebody historically that had really some influence, who comes from Huntly, but had some influence on the world. And the Gordons were very important. They are a regiment that was absolutely instrumental in the First World War, but also in the Second one. And we wanted to sort of unearth their legacy. So outside the castle, this is the artist, Ross Sinclair. He created a dinner as a banquet lunch where he only invited people with the name Gordon. Yeah, so he was, for example, the cook at the Gordon schools. Whereas these people, they are sort of landowners. They own the Clashmack. Yeah, and somebody else was in the school a cleaner, and somebody else was a nurse. And so this mix of people that normally would never get together, but all they could discuss is how is life with the name Gordon. Yeah. So this was one of the projects he did. But and then here he invited Kim Gordon. He is the leader of the House of Gordon in America, and you wouldn't believe it. He actually came to Huntly to just join this project. And he's a very proud man about his legacy of his ancestors, because in America, if I'm getting this right, there is 20 million Gordons living there. So much more than here. And so we were looking at all the things that have to do with Gordon. We have the Gordon schools, we have Gordon Street, we have Gordon Arms Hotel, and so on. You know, there's a lot of Gordon around. And what he did is he painted loads of pictures. And then we did a kind of parade around the town, starting here at the museum to the castle, where there was somebody who written a whole PhD about this legacy, the home of the Gordons. And he gave a speech, and then we ended up in the Catholic Church, which was built by the Spanish Gordons. So these people, this family left from Huntley to Spain, and built up a huge sherry business. And they had a lot of money, and they made this beautiful Catholic church, which we now have in Huntley. And there was sort of the final event. So we also made a fantastic book, which invited a lot of different writers from all kind of the local Huntley Express to academics, art historians, and so to highlight the history of the Gordons in conjunction of this work by Rod Sinclair. So, okay. I talked actually a bit about the UK border walk already. So at the time here was also Amy Fung. And Huntley, Amy Fung comes from Canada, and she written the Huntley Review. The Huntley Review is something quite interesting because it's what she did she's a writer, an art critic and a writer, but what she did, she pretended Huntley was a big art project. So she went to, let's say, the whiskey tasting, or she went to the ski center, or she went to the Gordon School Fair or something, and then always wrote about it as if it was an art project. You know, how do you see the vernacular through the lens of an art critic? And that's what she did, and she created a whole website for that. But she also helped us quite a lot with the work that we had, sort of to formulate and articulate what we are actually doing, which we found until then quite difficult, because it's sort of, as you can see, it grew very, very organically, and in a way it was quite hard to establish what is it actually that we are doing, you know. And it became slowly more clearer, and the discussions with Amy really helped, that it is really a mix between art and anthropology that we are sort of testing out on one very small place. There's lots of artists who do socially engaged art, but you will find very few places that are doing this dedicated onto one place. Yeah. And so at that time we also had Roman Signer with us, and we did this project called Transmissions from the River. That was on the river Bogie, where Roman Signer is from Switzerland, and he, I don't know if you can see this here, but he had made a kind of cross, a wooden cross, and he fixed a camera on it and wanted to see what would the human eye see if it was floating on the river, you know. And so what we did, we had this camera, you see it, and then we made the transmissions into that room, and where we could oversee what the river was doing. And also on that day with Amy Fung, we created a conference called Who Are We Writing For? So there was about 20 art critics were invited to Huntley, and they were discussing, who do we actually write for? Is it for other art people, or is it actually for communities? And so they had to test that out on those two artists, Rod Sinclair and Roman Signer. They had to find their work and really start writing in the idea of the 50-50 that we would like to foster, is where people from the art world find it interesting to read, but people from a locality also want to read this, you know. And yeah, it was an interesting experience. Mm-hmm. Good. Now, Mira de Quevedo. She is an artist from Ethiopia, from Addis Ababa, and she uses shoelaces for her art a lot. She has all kinds of projects that is useful to shoelaces. And this project started actually with myself being persuaded to do a marathon. This marathon took place in Berlin, and somebody persuaded me to do this, and then I did it, and I decided not to run it, but I did this sort of power walking. You can walk quite fast. And I really hated that experience. I just thought it was the most lonely day ever. You never talk to anybody, although among so many people. And so us walkers, we were at the end of these 40,000 people that started. But sort of after 2/3 of the time, I started overtaking the runners, the slow runners. But as a walker, you still walk more or less the same pace. And so I got into the goal, and yeah, that was it then. And but while I did this, when I started overtaking these runners, I thought, what is the point, doing these marathons where people just compete against themselves, unless you're really the fastest of them all. And some people were literally crawling into the goal, into the Brandenburger Tor. So that's how the idea of slow marathon was born. And many of the marathon winners, they come actually from Ethiopia, and I had the opportunity to go to Ethiopia, and there I met Merit Kebede and her shoelaces. And so we had this idea that she would come to her residency by foot, but of course she couldn't, because it is too difficult. It was 5,850 miles, and too many deserts and too many seas in between. But she worked out she needs 220 people to do a marathon, or she has to do 225 marathons herself to reach these 5,850 miles. So we thought, well, we find these people, and we made something on our website, which is a mileage counter. But we then quickly realized, actually, it's hard to train so many people up, especially she also came in the wintertime here in Huntly. And so instead, here she was Norma, they had a measuring device from Aberdeenshire Council. They were measuring the town. And so everybody would put some miles in. And here, for example, this was our MP at the time. He is blind, but he was walking around the square. If you walk around 7 times, you have 1 marathon. And here, for example, there's the Gordon Primary School, and they walked around the playing field 3 times, and they could give her 2 marathons. And that way she was collecting, She even went to the old people's home, and they would walk around with their Zimmer frame around their room, and after 3 months they could give her 1 marathon. And so she was collecting these marathons, and then we were making the route around this poem, the Bar Hill, the Battle Hill, the Clashmark and the Bin. They all form a circle, and Huntly lies within. And the shoelaces were sort of the markers. And then a big important thing for her was that she would make, she also wanted to go back. And so she made an exchange of shoelaces between the art crowd in Addis Ababa and her own one, on the one in Huntly. And so we swapped shoelaces, and these are the addresses and good luck notes. And so here we're starting the slow marathon, and with a piper, we always have a piper, and they were walking, and then we're arriving back here at the veranda, and people have blisters maybe, and the important thing is the slowest of the slowest always wins, and so they get then the medal at the end. And the next day, so this was on a Saturday, the next day she was walked back by her people in Addis, and they actually managed to get 225 people on the day for the marathon. And so she got, in the end, quite much more miles together than she in fact needed. So she has some left to come back one day. So Alan McPherson, so this is the time where we then had more and more walking projects. And Alan McPherson is in fact a local, he's based here, and he is a writer. And he was quite interested in the idea of the desire line. And what he did, he looked at a path that in the past was a path, but it was totally overgrown. So one afternoon he found a heap of people. I think there was like 40 in total, and they did nothing but walk this totally overgrown path. And then at the end of the day, you had both an artwork as well as a path. And that's also part of our town collection. So the same year, we had invited some artists from Brazil. They are musicians. They are actually a samba collective. And so there was first these people. They were there for a month, and they really sort of brought a lot of vibe together among the musicians in Huntly, because we do have a lot of musicians, but they are normally from a traditional Scottish tradition, and they're incorporating, I don't know the word, a new path in Huntly. They're sort of opening a new path. Whereas then there was another, Alison Veles would come. He was also a samba maestro, and he did a lot of projects around town where we had marches with people who have recently learned the samba, and you could see a lot of vibe here. But really what he did importantly, he actually wanted to produce a music that fuses the samba. We did this was Kelikatu, because in his area of Brazil, it wasn't called samba, it was called Makatu. So the CD is called Kelikatu, from the Kelly music merged with this Makatu. And here he is bringing these different musicians from Scottish traditional musicians together to play for this CD. Simon Preston, he is actually, I'm not sure if he's an artist. I would call him an artist, but as you can see, our artists come from a very wide range of sort of disciplines and not necessarily all from art school. So he is a man who, others would call him a food consultant, but he was setting up very important food enterprises such as the Harvey Nichols shop, food shop in Edinburgh, and so on. And he came to Huntly to create something which is called the Huntly Signature Menu. And what he did, he established tables for people to find out what they really want to eat. So he wanted to do something that Huntly people want to eat, but also visitors would like to eat. So create something that merges between the Huntly people and the visitors. And that's quite a hard job to do, because he said, well, if you just bring in something that's really fancy food, they might not adopt it. So he walked around town with the same menu under construction, and he was talking to people here. He had set up his table at Tesco. He created a special table which he walked around town with. And what was really important that he, like, I really like working with artists, but he loves working with chefs. So he connected with all these chefs in the different eateries and brought them sort of together to discuss their issues. You know, is it really, do they cook like this because that's what they like? Do they cook like this because that's what the bosses like? Do they cook like this because the clientele is, because they don't have enough training? Or would they like to cook something else? And so these discussions were all had. And then on the town square, there is always the market. So every once a month we have the market, and we do always an event there. And what he did, he asked the people, what would you like to eat if you had to die tomorrow? Okay, so and people were really God, and they were discussing it with their husband, and many people said fish and chips, fish and chips, or macaroni cheese, and so it was really interesting. And then I was asked to draw this quite quickly, because apparently chefs, when they create something, they always draw it so that they can see how it would sit together on the plate at the end. And so this is there was a chef at the time of the Huntly Hotel when he opened the menu. This was, for example, haggis balls, and it was sort of lovely. And actually, the Huntly Hotel were then offering the Huntly signature menu until, unfortunately, it closed 2 years later. So Michael Höpfner, another walking artist, he comes from Austria. And what he did, he defined a 45-kilometer round Huntly, and he walked this for 14 days in a trot, again and again. So sometimes he managed to do even more than 14, and this was in the wintertime. So he had all kind of weathers. walking around here. And this is one place where he stopped every day. That's a drum blade school, at least Monday to Friday, because he managed to get his meal there. And there was very little chairs, but the children was always saying, Michael, Michael. And so it was lovely when, he became really a local on this way. And so he had to fight all kind of weathers and was always sleeping in his tent. And it was really sort of about understanding your own territory. But quite often he also had somebody who would walk with him for a day, not sleep, but for the day. Anyway, you see, so I was talking first about us bringing friends together, and that we have done 10 years of work where we then did the Room to Rome. But this is 2013, and we got a big accolade. We got the Creative Place Award. And so that means we were the most creative place in Scotland at that time. We got it on the back of all this work that we had done, and it was something we were very proud of. We also got £100,000 for it, which was a very welcome money to do something. And then myself, I became the Citizen of the Year in Huntly, which is a big accolade. And if you want to see my golden letters, I'm the first foreigner who ever got it. It is in golden letters in the Stewards Hall. Anyway, it's quite a while ago by now, so it may have long faded, that accolade. But it was important for us at the time. So we then, at that year, had Nancy Mteki. She's from Zimbabwe, and I met her first when I was at the Dakar Biennial in Senegal. And she brought her very, very small daughter, Kaya, with her. And Kaya was only, I think, a year old. And her project was called Mbereko. Mbereko is these kind of scarves that people have to carry their baby. And so this is the kind of, she was looking at the material values of childhood, because the moment she arrived, she was bombarded with people's toys. Yeah, so everybody brought their leftover toys, and she never seen these toys before, and definitely not the child hadn't seen it. And so she was looking at, so this is the kind of toys she would have made in Zimbabwe. Whereas here she was then in a mother and toddler group, and there was all these toys and all this kind of material culture. And so she joined the mother and toddler group, and then we have various kind of events around childhood, and created our own mother and toddler group. And she is actually a photographer, so she made a whole series of photographs, and we also in the end made a sort of pack of pictures, which we then sent when a child is born. We sort of sent a congratulation with this pack. And there's a nice text by an African art historian, as well as a really nice text by Jay Griffiths. It is about really the material culture of childhood across the world. And what was really the highlight for me was when she went back to Zimbabwe, we linked with the National Galleries of Zimbabwe, and her pictures from Huntly were shown in the National Galleries, and she created a mother and toddler group inside the National Galleries. And in Zimbabwe, they don't know what another mother and toddler group is. It's something they always pass their children on to the neighbor or to the mother or to a relative. And so they all went onto a bus to the National Galleries and spent the day there. Yeah, so at the time we also had Katrin Jeans here. Katrin was actually our very first intern. We have quite a thriving internship program, so normally we have 2 interns at a time. Sometimes it's even 3. We try to normally have 1 intern from Britain and 1 intern from abroad. They come normally through the Erasmus program. But Katrin, she was our very first one. In fact, she came with a practica, and she wanted to help out for the practica seminar, and she wrote her dissertation about Deveron Projects. And then she sort of just stayed. And then she got a job as what we called cultural health visit. She was first called cultural health visitor, and then she wanted to change it into a cultural health worker for various reasons that I could tell you later on about. But really, she was looking at how could art contribute to the community in a similar way as the health visitor walks around town, visiting families and thinking them to do something that they otherwise, maybe watch different TV or do something that's different, and also linking somehow our artists with this. So it is the forerunner of our arts and community worker. So that's what she did then for 2 years, and Kat never really left. She lives still. She married then in Huntley, and she has now a baby, and they all live in Huntley, happily ever after. And so these are the kind of sort of drawings she gave to people. And I just show one or two things that she did at the time. So, for example, the commuters. It's always something we're quite aware of, is that the people, there are a set of people who could be very active in the community, but they're a bit disenfranchised. Because very often we always look only about the equality, the problems that people have, maybe with disability or poverty or something, but there is also a whole bulk of people who could contribute more, and they could really help to enhance the community. And often there are commuters, they are coming tired back from their work, and then really don't know about the community. So she was there at 6 o'clock in the morning and at 7 o'clock in the morning dishing out coffee to the commuters. And that's what she did. So they went happily off with their coffee, and she also brought them on a Friday the newspaper, the Huntley Express, so they could read what's going on in town. Another thing, she did hundreds of these kind of things, but another kind of thing she did was that she there was the Scottish referendum in 2014, and she created a so-called vote mobile. And vote mobile is she brought people who otherwise would find it too difficult to go voting. She brought them to the venue, and she was racing around town with this vote mobile, especially elderly people. So, okay. That's the kind of thing. This was also Face Loop. That was at a time where Katrin was here in town with the artists Junia and Celia. And what that idea was is, how do you create friendships in the age of Facebook? And so in the meantime, we have much more social media, but Facebook was really thriving at the time. And so what we did, each of us, myself, Kate, who at the time worked with us, and Katrin, we would give these artists the contact of one friend. And from this friend, they would visit this friend, and then they would find another friend. And the idea was really to create sort of what is the network of friendships, and how do they connect to each other here. And so at the end, so they visited all these people, and at the end, they wanted to make a sort of a drawing with all these connections, but really it was, if you imagine a bit for British Airways, for example, all these flights that they do, this sort of, when you how this interconnected. But at the end, they used their own house as a house of friendship, like a Facebook. And so there was the wall, and there was the timeline, and there was there was an event room, and there was a video room, and there was a photograph room, and there was all these kind of things where people then could come and play Facebook in one house. So, and here you actually see the kind of drawings they did, and in the end that is displayed in the town collection bit in the bowling club in Huntley. Yeah. So at that time, as I said before, we at least once a year we do a conference or something that really moves on the artistic discourse. And so what we did about this idea of far and near and local and global, we created a moving curator kind of conference of 8 curators, including myself, called Fernweh. And Fernweh is a German word translated as far sick. So it's the opposite of homesick. So if you have this longing to go away. And it was with this Chicago-based curator, Mary Jane Jacob, who's really famous in the socially engaged art. And this is actually these artists, the Cuban artists that I was just talking about, who are saying hello to us. But Fernweh was hello when we're coming back, basically arriving back in Huntly. But it was a journey around Scotland, where we travel and meet other curators in the rural, and every day had a topic. So the topic was, sometimes it was community, sometimes it was travel, sometimes it was place and rurality, and the other one was also journeying. And so we then created a very beautiful book here, which I have. This is still in the cellophane, and it's really about that journey. So where we were sitting together on the train and discussing daily these topics, and then in the evening with the communities of these other projects. One was on the Isle of Skye, one was time span in Helmsdale, but also a Scottish sculpture workshop and a group near Inverness. Okay, so next we invited 2013, we must have been really, really busy. We invited the Caravan Gallery, and the Caravan Gallery, as it says already, they have a caravan. And this caravan is yellow, and they planted it on the square, and they do something called Pride of Place. So they're collecting the information of people, of what they like about a place, or what they hate about a place, and they collect memorabilia, and so on. And they get really the most amazing information together. And they sort of, I don't know if I have a good picture here, but so they write it all down in these kind of sort of wild diagrams, and where people sort of really say what they like about a place, and sort of they unearth all the knowledge of it. And then they have a really fantastic way of taking pictures, where they always sort of find more the funny bits about a place, rather than the typical tourist information thing. So I loved always this one. This is a pub called Cheers. Can you see it? So that is Pride of Place. So they spent 3 months on the square providing a kind of alternative tourist information. Good. So, okay. Now, as we had got the money from the Creative Place Award, we set up the Walking Institute. And the Walking Institute really is, I call it a peripatetic school that can take place in all kinds of places, which connects people and landscape. And really it's about both research and mapping, and also the activities, and about path making. And we set up a website for the Walking Institute if you like to visit it. When it's green, it means we've physically done this work. If it's pink, you come digitally and visit us. And the Walking Institute, initially we wanted really, it's never been an institute with a building and how you imagine an institute. But the Walking Institute really is something that is quite ad hoc and ephemeral, and it comes up and down as we work. And really it's now nested and integrated into our work. So we do a lot of work that we do. It could be walking related projects, but also walking will always come up in our other projects. And you will see that sort of from now on. So the first one we did after the foundation of the Walking Institute was a project with 2 local artists. One is called Jake Williams and the other one is called Anne Murray. And it was called With and Against the Flow. And guess what? It was with and against the flow of our River Deveron. It comes from the Cairngorm Mountains, and it flows into the North Sea. And Jake Williams, he's a musician, and he walked the whole stretch from its source to the sea and unearthed all the songs that you can find on the way. And so in every day he wrote down, he made a little songbook, and then every day he ended up on a different path where they played these songs. And it was really lovely. So it took him about 8 or 9 days to do the whole walk. But the other direction, there was artist Maramari, and she walked from the sea to the source. So she walked against the flow. And Anne-Marie really, she is a craft artist, I would say. She's an artist, but is also very interested in materials and in craft. And so she really mapped the whole Deveron. And I want to show you this wonderful thing that she made, which is quite hard to unfold. So she didn't walk it in one go. She always went home in between. Whereas Jake, he stayed overnight in a tent or in a pub or something, or with friends if he was somewhere. And so Anne made this amazing map which was then produced in the way the Deveron, imagine I put this on a table, in the way the Deveron flows. And it has all these little information about its heritage, about its plant life, about its soils, and so on. And it was a beautiful project of those two coming together. Likewise, Stuart McAdam, this was the year where we, it was 50 years after the beaching cuts. For those who don't know what beaching cuts are, this was a report in a long time ago, 50 years ago, that said that lots of the railways are not needed anymore because the cars will be more and more important, and therefore a lot of the smaller railway lines were cut. So we were looking at the stretch between Huntly and Port Soy, and made also a lovely map. So this, what you see here, is Port Soy railway station. It's now a scout's hut. But this is when it was built, and that's how you find it today. And what Stuart McAdam had to do, he had to really cut himself through the stretch where the past railway was there. And in the end, you see all these kind of derelict bridges, and here, for example, this is near the Knock distillery, which was very important to have the railway there for the whiskey. And you also find here, for example, he went around with a metal detector to see old stretches of railway line. And and in the end, we did a slow marathon exactly of the 42 kilometers of that stretch. Here, I always love this picture. You might like it because you see through a field how before you found the railway in a stretch, So, and he made a beautiful map how he unearthed all this material and all this knowledge about the former railway lines between Huntly and Port Soy. Good. So, okay, so that period we did a lot of walking projects because we thought that we set up the Walking Institute. And before we decided to actually nest it in the rest of the world, we sort of worked with all these artists on a project called Heel and Ways. So Heel and Ways are the old rovers routes between Huntly and the Cairngorms and further on, going to the lowlands of Scotland, in particular the cities. So it's basically the cattle droving roads. We made a fantastic conference where we brought together mountaineers, artists, anthropologists, and walkers. So, and this is the classic, how you see this in the Cabra, these drovers roads. They're very, very ancient. But I now tell you a bit of the different project artists we work with. One was Simon Kenyon. Simon Kenyon, she comes more from a dance sort of legacy, and she had a project in the footsteps of Nan Shepherd, and she really wanted to look at herself, how it is as a young woman walking alone. There has been a lot of talk about women walking in cities, that it's dangerous or not, but women walking in a completely desolate areas, which are very, very empty. You might not see anybody doing that, how that feeling is. And so she looked a lot at Nan Shepherd And here, she doesn't walk alone, of course. This was an event that we did where she really tries to get people, for example, here to blind walk, or to listen to listen only, or to use their senses, the smelling, and so on. So this was Simon Canyon. And then again, with every project, at the end, we do some form of conference or event where we bring people together. Here we brought a really well-known walker, a sort of climber together, and to discuss sort of the value of walking. Does it always have to be an achievement, or does one do that for one's own health? Or why do important walkers always have to sort of accelerate and compete against others? Paul Anderson, you remember him? He would come back 10 years later. He did the Wilhelm Symphony. And, this is him in that area. And what he did, believe it or not, he wrote a whole symphony. This is the first symphony ever for Scottish music. It is amazing. Wilhelm Symphony. Here. And then there it goes. So it was so far performed twice, but we would love it to be performed by a professional symphony orchestra, maybe from the Scottish Symphony Orchestra or something, because nothing like that has been written before. And here is the artist again, with a few people in the pub. Always important to go to the pub, especially with musicians. Yeah, Vivian Kachuri. She never came to Huntly. I was the Fanbay project that I was talking before. It took its wings, and they invited us to do a similar project in Brazil, where we were traveling around Brazil. But then I invited this walking artist, Vivian Kachuri, to do a walk from this very, very Niemeyer architect, fantastic museum, into a favela, a poor neighborhood. And this was a silent walk. It was a 4-hour silent walk that we did, and ended up in a kind of shanty house pub at the end for a meal, to discuss sort of the value of such art walking. Now, it has to be said, it became clearer and clearer to me that we are very involved with the Walking Artists Network, but it has been less interesting for us, the city-style walking, where these kind of activities are done. You walk behind each other, always like 2 meters or something behind each other, and 4 hours totally quiet. Or other urban artists, they walk only left, or they do things like that. Whereas we have been actually more interested in using walking to discover our own place. Now the Caravan Gallery, they came back. And we got commissioned by Aberdeenshire Council to unearth the identity of Aberdeenshire. And so they traveled, the other person I brought back was Jacques Hutzer. He is here with the Caravan Gallery people. This is Jan, this is Chris. And they went to every village in Aberdeenshire to take photographs and interview people and make these wonderful, as I have shown you before, these kind of sort of writings on the wall in their caravan, and eventually produce this amazing book about Aberdeenshire. It's called Aberdeenshire Ways, and really to discover what is it that makes this the identity of Aberdeenshire. Is it just the oil? Is it the landscape? Or is it the people and what they eat, what they drink, and how they dance, and the music? And so all this is how this is coming together. So this was actually in the winter. It was quite hard. So every day there were one day in Stonehaven, one day in Peterhead, and one day in Fraserburgh. And so, but they were really, in the end, producing this wonderful book. So here is also some of the sort of jokes that people put up. Oops. There's a drawing from Jacques Hutzer about all the identifications that he brought. They were based on these Pictish balls that the Picts had in order to play. It's some kind of boom they played. Here we go. Sanagatejan. So what happened is that I got really interested in another sort of historic man. He's called Mackay of Uganda. And he is a missionary from Huntley, from Rhynie actually, which is 5 kilometers from here. And his father was a minister, and he went to Uganda, and he must have had real fanboy, because he went into the middle of Africa. At that time, we didn't have any maps of Africa. He just knew there was a lake, which is now known as Lake Victoria, in the middle of the continent. And he was then asked by the London Missionary Society to go there and Christianize the people. And so I got quite interested in the legacy of this man. This is him. He's called Alexander Mackay, and wanted to understand what drives somebody to spend the rest of his life in a place that is totally unknown, with a lot of on his own, lot of illnesses. And so what he brought this boat. It's called the Daisy, because he knew he had to get over the lake. He wanted to live with this King Mutesa. That's his kingdom. And the other thing he brought was this printing press. Imagine. So he had this entourage, and he had to walk all this way from the Zanzibar coast to the Lake Victoria, cross over it with the Daisy, and then he lived there for the rest of his life. And that took him 2 years to get from Huntley actually to this place, but mainly by foot. So of course, he took a boat to Dar es Salaam, but that only took like 2 months. And he arrived there, and himself, he is an engineer, and this was his very first church. And so this is myself, and this is the now minister of the church, but the church is a really big church now. This was the first, because he had to be in hiding. He was he was persecuted because he was seen as a lubare, which is a wizard. But of course, a real Christian, a minister, doesn't want to be called a wizard. So what we did, I brought artists together from Uganda, and also a few people that from here, and we tried to recreate his steps. So this is room to roam, and that is Ikio Kibeta Konzaro, and that means room to roam in Lugandan language. And so we walked for about 10 days through the Rwenzori Mountains, where we think he has been walking. This is myself there, and this is our tent, to try to recreate his steps. And what is really important about this man is today in Uganda is a highly Christian country, 99% Christian, and everybody goes to church. And everybody knows this man. Yeah. So even a child in the primary one that would learn about this man, he would be called Mackay of Uganda. Whereas here, nobody knows him. Yeah. And so we invited 2 artists, Sana Kateja and Zensun Nje, to come to Huntley, and they wanted to bring Christianity back. So Sana Kateja is very much, he embroiders, and he makes beautiful, he's the inventor of the paper bead, he says. And he makes very beautiful things. And so he takes people to go back to Rhynie, to the church of Mackay's father, which is now a ruin. So you see it here. This is this ruined church that strangely Egyptian gynecologist recently bought. And he's recreating these steps and bringing Christianity back to a place where virtually nobody goes to church anymore. And there's an audience, and he's basically talking about his sermon. Mm-hmm. Alec Findlay. So this is still part of this Highland Way project, one could say. He was very much looking into this Highland Way area, and how the colors colors have been influencing the place names. And so he was looking at Gaelic, at English, but also kind of remnants of course Doric, and remnants of what could be called Pictish. And he made a beautiful book where he really unearthed all these kind of the colors that had to do with the nameplates, names of these of this area. it has to be said, Alec Finley, he has a certain illness, so himself, he can't go to walking. And so he is sending us out to take pictures of these places, but then he's creating this beautiful visual poetries. And I'll just show you two of those here. He was working with Jill Russell, and Jill Russell actually comes from this area. She lives in Glenkindie, and that one would say is really encompasses this Highland Ways area. And she's a real walking artist in the rural. And what she does, she walks not paths. She doesn't like walking on paths, so she creates her own paths, but there's always a meaning behind it. And this one, as the one that I really like is, for example, these ones where she just walks these sort of watersheds. And here she is walking the water bucket and to Eagle Stone. And at Eagle, this was at a time where there was a huge outcry because an eagle that was tagged was gone missing. And so the police came and they were looking for this eagle. So she was trying to trace the path of this eagle. But she did also one lovely one. I'm not sure if I just had it there. Maybe I went over it. It is, she called it Highland Safari, and where she looked at all the place names which have an animal name in its name. So she would go from Eaglestone to, let's say, Cat's Craig or something like that. And instead of Monroe bagging, she would bag these names of places. Good. Okay. So we're coming already into 2014, and this is Gail Chong-Kwon, about wandering waste. And wandering waste comes really it's a relationship she has built with the Deans of Huntly, and she wanted to create a new kind of shortbread and really use people's senses to do that. And this is Siobhan. She works at Dean's, and she is their taster. And here she creates an event where people have these tasting sessions, but she puts very, very different things into these shortbread than normally would do. So here people are blindfolded, but they're all kind of they're taking tasting notes, and this is happening at the annual Hearst Festival in Huntly. Okay. So Claire Coleman, she is a young mother, and she is a walking artist, definitely. And she had a project she came with her two small children to Huntly. One was a baby and one was a toddler. And she was looking at Huntly, how to walk Huntly with a pram. And the project was called Perambulator. And so she created a map with good pram walking routes. So, yeah. Here you go. Ooh. Yeah, with good pram walking routes. And at the end, she walked all these routes. And at the end, she also did a kind of rally. We brought people together to walk from the ski center onto the town square. All these mothers with their prams to sort of claim the streets a little bit back for people that have to push a buggy. And, there was a lot of discussion whether we should have included people with wheelchairs as well. But maybe we do this one day. Mm-hmm. So, at that time, we also made friends with Rainy Women. Rainy Women are two artists who are based locally, Deborah Benson and Daisy Williamson. And they love cooking, and they cook the most amazing things. And they called the project Cooking the Landscape. So they did it over a whole year. And basically, they were foraging. They were foraging all kinds of things. They were always out and finding the sort of elderberries or anything they could lay their hand on. And then in the end, and do these kind of interventions. So, for example, I remember a really good event where they brought together local historians from the Highland Ways area. So there were all kind of people, normally elderly, who love sort of working on the on the history of the area. So one came from Glenlivet, the other one from Carbrath, the other one from Huntly, another one more from Rhiney. And they were just sharing all this knowledge. And in the meantime, they were doing all this cooking for them. Mm-hmm. So, and at the end, they brought out a lovely book, and they used an old-fashioned cup with a measuring thing, because actually Daisy originally comes from Canada, and they use always cups as a measuring thing. So, okay. So, I'm talking now about the whitewood, which is another one very, very important project for us. Yeah, so that was 100 years after World War I, and I wanted to say that I lived in this country for many years now. I was first studying in London, and when I was studying in Berlin, and I ended up in London and met my husband and met children. So I was also living in Holland in between, and then I came back, and I was always so welcomed. And then my granddad died, and I came across this postcard in the loft. And this is the weirdest thing. So I translate this for you now. This vergleichende Übersicht über die Größe der Gemeinheit unserer Feinde. In English means comparative overview of the size of the nastiness of our enemies. There's the Russian, there's the British, French, Belgian, Serbian, Montenegro. And here, my own grandmother, in the old German script, says the British, she says the English, because I always say the English comes first. She makes this arrow here. I was just shocked at that time. I already spent a lot of time in Britain, and why would people have thought about other countries like this? And I'm sure there would be jokes like this in Britain to about the Germans, I imagine. And so we did an international call-out, and we wanted to find a good artist who would develop a sensitive project with us about this. And there was Caroline Wendling. She said she would be interested in coming. And this is Caroline Wendling's house. So she comes from an area in the Lorraine, which used to be German before World War I, but then this is the house that was bombed in World War II, and that's her own mother. And so she was an ideal person. Even Wendling is actually a German name. And at the same time, two things came together. I was at the Documenta in Kassel, and I was always fascinated about the 7,000 Oak project. And Kassel, this is how devastated it was after the war, completely bombed, virtually nothing left. And so Joseph Beuys, who is sort of my hero a bit, he planted 7,000 oaks with the community. And when we were there at the Documenta, these oaks had matured, and I picked up the first acorns, and I then just planted. I didn't know what to do with them, and so I picked them up and planted them here in the veranda garden. And then next year, all these little oaklets arrived. And so when we did the call out, we really asked, we wanted to make a reaction to peace, but we also wanted to do something with these oaks, which are a real sign of longevity, and peace and ecology have so much to do with each other. And so Caroline Wendling came, and she did a number of wonderful things. Here, for example, she did a study of each house in Huntly where people died in World War I. And she made this little bouquet, and alone in the Branda building where we are, 3 young men died. And then opposite, another 2 died. And here, another one. And you would just run around the town with all these bouquets and put that into the post box, because it was incredible how many young men died in World War I alone. So what she decided, with a forester, we would plant a peacewood with these oaks. And here is Katrin, who I introduced you before. She was our cultural health visitor, and she's her recruiting office. So on the farmers market, she's recruiting planters. And there we have what she wanted to do, Caroline Wendling, is boys had black stones and they would slowly sink into the ground next to the oaks over time. When the oaks are matured, the stones wouldn't be seen anymore. Caroline did the opposite. She got white stones from the Somme area, from northern France, where these battlefields were, and she planted the stones next to the oaks, but really deep in. And so about a meter away, and one day in 300 years' time, when the oaks are mature, they will push up those big stones. And the artwork is only visible then. So because she planted these oaks in circles, and only these stones will be visible in 300 years' time. So here we are planting. Everybody has a bag with an oak and some other trees. We always planted trees of a white nature. Also, the Gordon schools, they have gone to a trip to the Somme area, a history trip, and they collected some small stones from a big crater that was called Loch Nagar crater, where one of the biggest craters was created from through a World War I bomb. And they brought these stones and they planted them with these trees. So anyway, there's a few pictures of the planting. And it is a fantastic resource for environmental work, for peace work, and it will live there for 300 years of time. But there were some people who wanted to be part of it, but they couldn't. And those because they were maybe too old or too ill or something. And instead they were making flags. So there were these beautiful flags that were stitched with a so-called Quaker stitch. They stitched an international peace poem onto it. And these flags were then set with the oaks on the day of the planting. Then soon later, here I wanted, as I said, there is a lot of, it is a sort of opportunity for education. This was a National Poetry Day. Here, this was actually 70 years after World War II, where we brought a number of older people together that, or was it 80 years after World War II? 80 years after World War II. We brought older people together who could still remember how it was when peace came. And we took them to the Whitewood and discussed it. And then we invited them for a tea party to tell their stories, how they imagined peace. And basically there was a big party in Huntly, and it was announced through the schools. And in the same week, I went back to Germany and did a similar thing with older people in Germany, how they remember peace. And they remembered these white flags that they had to hang out of their window. And one woman said, I didn't know what they do, and therefore I hang out my underpants. And a lot of those people, they were actually in sewers or somewhere underground, and they saw a GI army or a Russian soldier coming through and knew now the war was over. And here we brought the Gordon schools, 2 classes there, and they're creating a path. Just by walking in a circle, we're creating a path. But actually, it's a bit overgrown now, so we have to do it again. So it's just the kind of activities we've done with the Whitewood. And here we're doing the year after we do the opening, and a lot of people coming, and it was a real feast. Fantastic. We did one day a conference, a whole day conference, and the next day it's beautiful weather, brought all kinds of people together. So in the end, we had 49 oaks and another, in total, 2,000 plants that always had a white nature, because we thought white is the color of peace. And for the 49 oaks, there was a flag planted, always by somebody who represents the world or the projects. So this is, for example, was from our community council. He was at the time the Gordon schools. He was the head boy. He is the ambassador of France. There is also the ambassador here of Germany. He represents the army. He was a former soldier. And there is for example, we had the Syrian community with us. He was representing the refugees of the world. Or she is a exchange student. She was representing the youth of the world. There was somebody representing the artists of the world, and so on. And in total, 49 communities which was a lovely day. And we had a wonderful man called Satish Kumar. He's here. And he's a man who, in his youth, walked from Delhi. During the Cold War, he walked from Delhi to Moscow, from Moscow to Paris, from Moscow to London, and then went over to Washington and meet all the heads of state with a cup of tea to promote peace. He was a Buddhist kind of monk, but lives in Britain now. So I think these were my next 5 years. And I close for the moment, and soon I tell you of the last 5 years of Deveron Projects. Bear with me. Thank you very much for the moment. I need to go out. Hello. Last 5 years of Deveron Projects. So, let's just check all the publications here. Good. Right. Well, one of the projects lasted actually 5 years, and this is with an artist called Tim Knowles. It was about exploration, I guess. And again, it comes sort of out of the Highland Ways project and out of the idea of why is this such a desolate area. And he himself lived in London and really had no home. He was living in his studio and he could not really afford anywhere to live. And so we were looking at sort of the notion of shelter through the idea of exploration aids. So it was both what you need to explore an area is both shelter, but sometimes also other things. For example, we have the right to roam, but there's an increasing number of fencing, barbed wire or electric fencing, and that make it difficult to actually exercise your right to roam. So we were looking at this. And so he came up with ideas of existing structures, how you could make some shelter for people. And here is various ones of the ones I show you. This is actually sort of a hanging one that is among trees. This is one where he found a barrel and he made a bed in there, and you can still find it in the Kalbrach, where you can just shelter if you like. And here, this is my favorite one. He made a shelter in a grouse shooting box. And so normally you have the people coming for grouse shooting, and he made this kind of camouflage tent over it. And what is really lovely, I can't really show it to you in detail, but these is not army camouflage, but there are, rabbits and pheasants and animals like that are shot, but are coming from sort of quite famous traditional Scottish paintings, the likes you find in the National Gallery or in the Aberdeen Art Gallery. And so he brought that together into a sort of puzzled collage looking like a camouflage, and that you can then, and this is sort of an outlook. And you can pack it up, this tent, and then it just becomes again a grouse shooting shelter. And this was another one in a rock. It's called the rock house. He calls them house, which is an ancient word, Scottish word for shelter. And here in the rock house, he built a bed, and there's also stuff underneath with a cooker. And so even if you go there today, you can kind of find it. So this project took quite a long time. In fact, the best part of 5 years, but we brought out a beautiful kind of publication. I show you here this camouflage. Here you can kind of see that here, I think. And this comes from these kind of paintings. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. This is sort of like you look out from the shelter with the camouflage grouse shooting. Look out. Okay. So, and then also as part of this Highland Way program still, this lasted really, I guess, 8 years, the Highland Way program. Maybe it's not ever even finished. Is Imprint Abandon, which is a project with the fiddler Aidan O'Rourke. He's a contemporary fiddler, whereas Paul Anderson, that we talked earlier on, he's a traditional fiddler. And so what he did, he went through to all of these abandoned houses in the Carbrach and in outlying areas and created a piece of music for them, for their former life. And this then has been performed. We hired a bus, and partly by bus and partly by walking, we went to all these places where he then performed here. It is actually in the middle of a graveyard, but there was also an abandoned school that was really, it looked very sad actually, because all the glass was smashed and everything, and an abandoned farm and an abandoned church. And so in each of these places he played part of his work, and then brought out a CD afterwards, which became very popular. And we did, and then in the end, a small conference about what it means, the right to roam 10 years later after this right was established. For this, we brought himself together, as well as some landowners, as well as people who are still tenant farmers, as well as, for example, access officers and lawyers that work in this kind of field. Good. Now we come back to Anthony Schrack. Remember, he did the family, the Father's Day project, and for a while, Scotland is running the Venice Biennial, and it's called Scotland in Venice, this project. And for several years, we have applied to be the curators for it. And every time we were shortlisted, but in the end, we didn't get it. So a bit disappointing. But this time we wanted to give it a really go. And we invited Anthony Schrack to work on this. And we put a lot of effort into this application, together with Mary Jane Jacob from Chicago. And in the end, we weren't even shortlisted. So it was really disappointing. And we were just really upset. And then Anthony and I were just chatting, and how could we do it anyway? And then in the end, we decided he would just walk it. And so he had this red walking stick, and he would walk here looking over Huntly and would walk all the way to Venice. This is a kind of sort of a sticker he had, and he would give people on the way. And he's leaving Huntly, and I'm singing a song to him about Venice. It's called, I sing a little bit about it. Sotto il ponte di Rialto, fermeremmo la barchetta, canteremmo un'arietta, fralassando il Voga. Oh Antonio, tu sei benedetto, il cammino serve al mar. Oh Antonio, tu sei benedetto, del cammino sei del mar. Anyway, he's starting from Huntly, and here is, for example, walking over the bridge to Edinburgh. He's meeting some of the friends who walked with him, and eventually he gets to Venice. I have made a bit of a shortcut here, and he's also carrying one of the little oaklings, and this is sort of becoming his friend. He has to nurture it the whole time, and he always said he needed to nurture the oakling in order to nurture himself. So this is the arrival in Venice, and then we had an event just in the garden outside the Venice Biennial. It took him 100 days, and it is 2,400 kilometers. It's a very long stretch, and he walked actually really fast, and all alone, which is quite an undertaking. And really, at the end, he said he's not interested in the Venice Biennial anymore. If at all, Venice would have to come to him. Interestingly enough, so that is Ben McFadyen. He's a storyteller. He was in residence with us also 2 months to develop a story for the White Wood. So something could be done so that this is going to be carried on, the story, to generations to come. And it's a lovely little book that I have here, reproduced, I think 2,000 of this, so that every child in town could actually get such a little booklet. And and really tell the story like Chinese whispers to their own children later on. And so he was sort of sitting in town and talking about this story and collecting the ideas for it. But then he also, that was at the same time as the climate summit was in Paris. And then he cycled one of the oaks all the way to Paris, and he planted it there in a kind of orchard, which is also an orchard of an art organization. Good. Now remember, so walking I talk a lot about, but also cooking is always coming back to us. Omar Afif, he's originally from Morocco, but lives in this area, and he's both a musician as well as a chef. So he has always a big smile on his face. And he comes from the south of Morocco, and is always playing music. But when he was with us, he sort of tried to introduce, was the first one to introduce more sort of Levantine cuisine into the town. And so has kind of pizzas. But in the end, we called it Project Caravanserai, and really the idea of it was for himself to set up a business, a sort of kind of catering business that makes him independent, where he can do his music as well as his cooking. And he set up a website, and he set up a business card so that he could go on and work for other people with his wonderful cooking. And in the end, we did a big event in the Stewart's Hall, which brought dancers and musicians and all this cooking together in a beautiful evening of North African cooking. Mm-hmm. So at that time, we celebrated our 21st birthday. It felt quite important to mark this and take stock. And really, we were kind of also pushed a bit by our funders who were interested in our work, but felt we are not articulating well enough what we are actually doing. And so that forced us a bit to look into our work a bit more. This was the invite card we had. And we had a really big event over several days. That included a conference, a second Praktika conference looking into socially engaged art. It was about eating with Assyrians. It was, we brought loads and loads of people into one room, the former staff, the former artists, the former interns, board members and community members to all kind of have their say also to shape our future. And this was very enjoyable. And we really used the town as the venue. So in different shops, there was a different artist talks, there was book readings, and just so on. So, a really celebrative weekend. Okay. And I'm not sure if I said that, but the slow marathon, we, ever since it first started with Mirat Kebede in 2012, we did it every year. And one time, this was now in 2016, so I was telling you, for example, about the one, there was one with Simone Kenyon, but there was also one with Sana Gateja walking the Christianity back, but there was also one with the Lines Lost, about the railways. And this one was with Andrea Geil, and Andrea Geil has always been very interested in energy. She's a sculptor. And at that time, the Huntley Community Turbine was built. It's quite an amazing site just outside the town. And what she did, she created the energy walk. And so she looked at all forms of energy and walked from a large wind farm that is over in the Corrine Hills, the 42 kilometers, to town, and people were carrying these little suns. We call them little suns. So they were collecting sunlight, and at the end, when people arrived, they were put in a dark room and have to have some form of performance with the sunlight they collected during the day. And it was otherwise, it's always sort of the same kind of format where people arrive after 42 kilometers and the slowest winds, and there's a lot of food on the way, and it's always a feel-good feeling where people really learn about their area, they take photographs, they make friends. We already have at least one marriage coming out of Slow Marathon. Mm-hmm. How Humans Are Verb was actually a very short project that we did with a Munich-based collective called GAG. and they always look at they look a lot at the weather, and they actually did something also with the Venice Biennial. That's how we came across them in the first place. They took a whole ship over the Alps in the wintertime. I mean, it's an unbelievable feat to have done this. But when they walked with us in Scotland, Scotland is always known for bad weather, and so they walked with these umbrellas which had holes in them. And these are sort of sort of rubber swimming suits. And so they encountered all these people and talked to them. Of course, who asked them, "What are you doing?" "Yeah, well, I'm in Scotland, and I need an umbrella." So now we're coming to think Brexit. That's a project that took place also over basically 4 years since we heard of Brexit. Similar like some of the past projects that we had, like the Highland Ways, where we brought a number of artists together to think about Brexit. And one of the things we always did was weekly Brexfest. So we had croissants and we had butteries there, and we had strong and stable tea. Because there was a prime minister at the time, and she always wanted a strong and stable country. And so these weekly breakfasts, one was about tourism, one was about education, one was about art, one was about health. So always about issues where we brought local people with artists and experts together to see how Brexit would work out when we are, when we have it one day. And so the answer was often, we just simply don't know. And we still are at this point, although soon Brexit will now happen. And this year, when we brought also over Manaf Halbuni, he is a Syrian artist, but he is based in Germany. And he was looking at what would have happened if the Middle East had colonized Europe. So instead of we colonizing the Middle East. And so he became very famous, particularly in Germany, because he created this work where he put 3 upside down buses onto the square in Dresden. And that created a huge furore. It was in every single newspaper in Germany, and every single on the television, and he had loads of racist attacks. Also because Dresden was heavily bombed city in Germany by the British, and they felt this was our war and we had a bigger war than you. And so he made this is a collage. This is not real, but this is a collage. And so what he then did when he was here, he was reenacting something that was the Sykes-Picot Agreement, where the Ottoman Empire and the Arabs would come together and divide up Europe. So he made then these maps, how a divided Europe would come. They would come here from Turkey, and they would come from the Arab North African area. And then the Sykes-Picot Agreement were really an agreement between Sykes and Picot. Sykes was English, and Picot was French, and they were in a hotel in Cairo, and they divided the whole Arab and Ottoman world in one afternoon. They had a map, and they had a stick, and then that's what they were doing. And so he made a theater play where he, in the Huntley Hotel, another Victorian hotel, where he turned this whole history around. So he invited a lot of the Syrian community people to become amateur actors, and a film was created of this. And he made 2 really interesting films. As one was of the play itself, but the other one was all the audiences had to film it, and the film is how they saw it. So the film is of what come out of their mobile phone. Good. And then we had an event called Understanding the Middle East. And in fact, this was really the day after the big Manchester bombings happened. And so we had, it's a simple question, yeah, but we sometimes do that. We also had an event, Understanding Democracy. So it's more understanding the Middle East. So we brought somebody in who talks about women, and then somebody about the history, and somebody about the food, and somebody about art. And so different people. We also brought the Imam over from Aberdeen to talk about religion, so that people simply get a better idea of what is the Middle East about and why do we feel nowadays so threatened and feel, uncomfortable and in fact very unknowledgeable about what these countries can bring to our societies. Mm-hmm. Now, this is a familiar face, Jacques Coutzer. And I remember when one of the first pictures I showed you was the desolate shops in our town. And we brought Jacques back to come up with some form of ideas or strategies. What should be done? Now, he hired one of the shops and turned it into a little cafe and really gave coffee, tea and shortbread, and just to discuss with people over coffee, tea and shortbread what could be improved in our town. And so they came up with a range of ideas. Some of them are quite obvious. One is to bring the trees back. There used to be a lot of trees on our square, but none anymore. Another one was maybe to bring better transport and to bring the shops back. And so there's a whole range of things that were discussed. And that led actually into a bigger strategy that we are now working with. Going back to Brexit, there was also myself. I got quite upset about Brexit, and I've been running Deveron Projects for 20 odd years. And my board said, why don't you just take a break and just do something else, but pretend you're an artist. And so I did. I decided to walk home because Brexit made me feel very much, is this still my home? I thought Huntley was my home, but everyone was still wanted here. And so I decided to walk home. And I come from a place called Unterpfaffenhofen, which is in south of Munich. And I walked with my husband, Nick. That was very important for me because after all, I'm married, and I swore I would not leave him until death divides. And so we did this together. We were looking over Huntley. And there we're walking 1,800 kilometers. This is over the sort of Cairngorms. And this is already in England on the Pennine Way. And this is in Holland on the coast. And this was halfway. This is Cologne Cathedral. And then we're reaching sort of hillier grounds in Bavaria. And so then we're reaching my childhood home, and another ambition I had. I really wanted to get off the computer, and so I decided to document. It was actually Anthony Schrag who said, you must think of beforehand what you do to document, because once you're on your way, it's very difficult. And so I sent a postcard to my mother every day. So this was in a British, the Dutch and the German one. And this is the postcards when I got to my mother. She was hanging them all up. And the other thing is that I was collecting oak leaves. But what was really, really important for me was on the way I met so many people. And I was making the route not really direct, but where I knew people from past university, past au pairs that I worked with, past artists that, of course, I worked with, and relatives, and so on. So this is actually my friend just outside Huntley. After like 2 hours, she made some scones. And this is my son who joined us for a couple of days. And this is my ex-boyfriend, he got quite big in the meantime. And these are the parents of somebody in Huntley, and they live in Holland. And this woman, she's called Marianne. She's my best friend in Holland, and I met her in the maternity ward in the Hague, and so on. These people rescued me really after the Cairngorms. I was totally down. It was so exhausting getting over the Cairngorms, 45 kilometers and 2 big mountains. It was too much for me, and too little bread. Too little water. And anyway, so I think the whole home thing was really connecting. Neither Huntley nor that place Unterpfaffenhofen is really my home, but really is connecting with people. You know, that's really where the home is. So at least half of the time I stayed with people that I had met sometime in my life and who hosted us. Well, some people just handed us on, So there was an old friend, and they said, "Oh, my son lives in Rotterdam. You can just stay with him." And so we stayed. But what I wanted to say is that we also, I took, because I wanted to give presents to people, but I couldn't. So I was collecting dried leaves from the oak, from the white wood. And so I had a whole pile of them and gave them always as a present too, sort of a symbol of peace. But at the same time, I was collecting one oak leaf per day. And so in the end, I had this whole herbarium of oak leaves. Here are only a few that we put together as a picture. And so you can really see that it was starting here in the spring, and then so in the summer more, and then really in the autumn. These pictures become more brown, these oak leaves. So it was then on arrival, and this is my mom. She says she isn't as small as this, but she is actually. So good. So the next year, we do something here in Huntley for many years. It's called Friday lunch, and it started actually with an intern that then became the project manager. She's called Anna. I'm still very good friends with Anna, and Anna and I. There was just the two of us, and we were just always working. Working when we never had lunch, and then there came another intern, and he said, "Enough is enough. On Friday, you have lunch now." And so we said, "Okay, we have lunch if you say so." And and then we had lunch, and we quite enjoyed it. So then we had lunch always as a team on Fridays, and eventually we started inviting other people. And Friday lunch became quite a big institution in Huntley. So every Friday we cook for the community, and we have always a talk about something. And often it is about an artist that is in town, or it could be anything, but it always has to relate somehow to Huntley. It has to be somebody, it doesn't have to relate to Huntley, but it has to be somebody that is either visiting in Huntley, or it is somebody who lives here in Huntley. Kind of trying to unearth that everybody has something interesting to say. They have done an interesting journey, they have an interesting hobby, or they have an interesting job, or they have something to tell. It would, of course, be dead easy to find people from all over the world to give a talk, especially now that we have to do them in Zoom since March. But really what you want to do is to think hard, who can we find who has something to say? And so every time I come across somebody new who tells me about something, I say, "Oh, give a Friday lunch." So they give a 20 minutes talk, and then we have a communal lunch here in the kitchen. As I said, we have it now on Zoom. But then there was a period where I really wanted to think I was at the Galandia Biennial in Palestine, and I met artists who could never come. They are in a situation they could never come. And how could one actually link with artists that can never visit? And so we invited for 1 year, once a month, an artist that isn't from Huntley, so there was an exception, but somebody who could never come, because another person, maybe a curator or an artist from America, they could come. It's only a money question, but these people could not come for political reasons. And so we had an artist, a writer from Damascus, we had a refugee artist from Iraq that landed in Lebanon, and all kind of people. And then one of them was Mai Murad, and she is from Gaza. And we kind of really took to her. She was a lovely woman, and not too much to her work. She was a painter, and we normally, as you can see, we basically don't have painters here. But she was a sort of a lovely woman, and I just wondered, how can one actually work with somebody like that who could never come? And the idea came about, there's another painter in Huntley, she's called Rachel Ashton, to team those two up and go for walks and only paint each other's landscape. So Rachel Ashton, like most local painters, they just paint the landscape. It's these green hills they paint. She always just painted green hills. Whereas Mai Murad, she would paint her own landscape, which is very grey and rubble, because it's a very war-torn area. And so they were tasked to only paint each other's landscape. And so they did. So these are each other's studios, where she really ended up with these very green landscapes. And then these kind of conversations. And what they do they take each other for these walks with the iPhone or their phone, and talk to each other, and then they say, okay, now can you take a picture of these trees, or can you take a picture of this road scene or something, and then afterwards they send it, and they would paint that. And then they also collected the weeds and the sort of wild plants on their way, and they made a lovely herbarium with the drawings, which is partly in Arabic and partly in English. And we brought out a very small book on this, which brings together these kind of healing plants. It's really sort of about peace and healing and environment, how these things come together. And in the end, we did a slow marathon. And this is ourselves here walking from Dufftown to Huntley over the border, the Maramari border. And these are the people, they only allowed a maximum of 30 people to come together. In fact, until 3 days before, and we weren't allowed we weren't sure if they got permission. But in the end, they got permission, and it was a wonderful day. And we started together, we walked together over the distance, and in the end, we had a party together here, a day in their own place with the music and so. And then another lovely thing is that my Murad, she then on the back of this, she got a residency in Paris, and actually managed to go to Paris. And she had there a show with these kind of paintings, which I just think they're just totally wonderful. And she now is seeking asylum in Paris. And at the same time, Rachel Ashton, she is a totally self-taught artist, and she managed to get into third year of Dundee and is just soon finishing her degree there. So this is something quite wonderful when you sort of realize that this sort of moves on artists, these kind of residencies. Good. Okay. So what we had quite a review after the 21st birthday, and we thought we have done all these projects, and normally the projects lasted 3 months. Artists come from all over the world. They get an artist fee. They're in residence. We have a nice house for them, and they get a material budget and so on. And then they come and go. And actually what stays is more Deveron Projects as a whole. It's not so much the individual things. There are exceptions. For example, the Room to Rome is a big exception. The branding, also that whole work around these various history people, for example, the Ronald Center that created a classical music society in town. But we wanted also to do something that maybe has a more longer term legacy in itself. So we started with several artists, particularly somebody called George Salem, a project called Town is the Garden. And it was really about growing and distributing food better, so that people would learn again how to grow their food and eat local stuff again, and not be so dependent on shipped in food normally bought at the supermarkets. So over 3 years, he did this multiple project that saw a lot of workshops, a lot about composting, about growing mushrooms, about making jam, and so on, and a lot also about the big debate: what has food, what kind of role does food play in relation to climate change? Mm-hmm. So this, for example, was intervention at the butchers, where there is now a seed library. And the seed library is really sort of an important legacy of this project. The other one was that we wanted to work more with our migrant communities, in particular the Syrian New Scots that have come to Huntley, and wanted to, leading on from the Town is the Garden program, to have a food program. And so we invited Aya Haider. She is a London-based artist, but she originally comes from Lebanon. And in order to work with us, with the Syrian New Scots that have come to Aberdeenshire, they are refugees. And basically they created a short-term cafe for 4 months, brought 2 Syrian women, a younger woman called Abir and the other one called Hayat, to Huntley to cook and created this pop-up cafe. And that really was then the impetus to create another project called the Neep and Okra that I'll tell you later on about. But also coming together with all this thing about cooking, we wanted to sort of create something that brings the community together. And Katie Rose Johnson, she is actually a girl, an artist who is quite young, just finished at a Glasgow School of Art, but originally comes from Huntly. She was one of our first school placements, and she created the community crockery. So the community crockery is 100 plates and 100 100 plates and 100 cups. They can be used as wine cups, but also coffee cups or water cups. I think some little now. My voice is funny. And she created that with the community. So 100 cups and 100 plates. And people from all people's home, from the schools, from all kinds of walks of life, workshops, she did that with them together. And in the end, we had a coffee morning in the Stewart's Hall, and that was opened, and there was everybody, instead of having the old-fashioned normal cups, was using the community crockery. And they are now housed in some baskets, and when there's a wedding or when there's a community event or a funeral, people can just borrow the community crockery, and there is some sort of unity with it. And what is quite important, that people have written really sort of their wishes for Huntly on it, and you can see that sort of in the text here. Okay. Also, in 2018, following from the community crockery, we had a Polish artist called Ela Orleans. And she, again, remember I talked very early about the cinema, and she worked with this Gordon McTavish, who now sadly died. But she wanted to, starting actually from the whitewood, and this whole idea that this artwork is only visible in 300 years' time, she looked at this idea of lunar odyssey. So how do we imagine our sounds and our images in the future? And what she did, she captured a lot of images of us today and of the past through Gordon McTavish, this filmmaker, and then projected how this could look like in the future. And that created a beautiful film of about 45 minutes, which I feel anybody who visits Huntly should really see. This is Ela at the end of a long day. We created a conference around sound and visual image. Mm-hmm. Good. And as part of Still the Town is the Garden, there was a project involved in that called Future Fruit with two artists. There's a couple, Jonathan Baxter and Sarah Gittins. And it's still going on, this project, but it really is the creation of a community orchard. And this is our arts and community worker, Petra, and she's dressed up as a Patrick Geddes. Remember Patrick Geddes at the beginning? And she's taking people to this potential town orchard. Here are the artists, and this has now been handed over to the community, and hopefully it will bring fruit for many, many years. Okay. Something else that we do. Remember that the pictures that I showed you at the beginning, there was a picture about a building that is a sort of redundant shop. It was empty for 12 years, and we now bought it because together with the community, we really try to bring the town square into community ownership. We're working with these artists called Drasana. They're from Alicante in Spain, and they have been looking at a sort of, instead of the town as the venue is the town. So how can we use a prominent space that has a lot of history? For example, it was a tinsmith to start with, and it was housing the Bogie Bonnie Bell, which is one of the Brothy ballads, a woman who lived there, and she was, I don't know if she was a prostitute. Some people say that. I couldn't say that. I think she was only a woman who maybe had a illegitimate child. And so we are looking in how to renovate this place into something for the future use of the community of Huntly. And one of the ideas that we have is following on from the Taoist garden, and that's our Nippon Okra kitchen. Here is a Nippon Okra kitchen at work, and really the Nippon Okra kitchen is, as the title says, we're using local ingredients, sort of local plants, local potatoes, nips, and so on, and mix them with Mediterranean and other international spices. So nip and okra. And here they are active. And this has been running for the last 1.5 years now. And we hope the real plan is to diversify the food culture in Huntly, so that we bring more local products into it, but also more ideas from other countries in the world, but also more thinking about vegan and vegetarian cooking and so on. So we have tested out loads and loads of things with this, and hope that it has a sort of future in our square deal property. Something that also fitted in with this was actually a project we did last year that is with Lauren Campbell. It's called People's Act, where she worked with young people to to look 100 years after the real People's Act about what democracy means, because so few people, young people, always say they don't vote, and so why is this the case? And so she created all kinds of activities. But one really interesting one that I thought was lovely, and that fits in with the sort of diversifying the food culture, is we did a global potluck, and she created a recipe book here. And this was an evening where we brought all kinds of people together, 40 people in total, but 10 of them were cooks. And so people would cook from their own perspective. So, for example, if somebody is vegan and would cook always for 4 people, but it was then turned around. And she was vegan and would explain why she is vegan and why she feels so strongly. Somebody else is an organic beef farmer, and she feels very strongly about that we need to keep up that beef growing culture, but we need to be better to the animals. Somebody else works for a chemical, for a grain industry, and says we can't feed the world if we don't produce more food. Myself, I made an Apfelstrudel because I feel like cooking is a heritage as much it's a craft, as much as, for example, pottery, or also that once one has forgotten about these things, it is very difficult for these things to come back. And there were all these kind of different people. And what was really important is that when they talked, then they passed their food around to share. And when they talked, that whatever you do in one place has an effect on the other side of the world. And so there was also somebody from Indonesia who was grown up on palm oil, and now we say palm oil is a bad thing to use. And somebody who came from Syria and said Syria was the breadbasket of the Middle East, and there's basically the agriculture has been destroyed. And so this was the kind of way, and afterwards we just had a very nice Kaylee. So Laura Campbell, she was with us initially as an intern, and then she stayed longer, and then she spent such a long time with us. And what she then decided, she was cycling home. In a similar way as I worked home in the look for what means home in the time of Brexit, she was more interested in look for home, what means it as her being an English young woman living in Scotland, where there is very little interest, she said, in Scotland, in England. And so she wanted to cycle home, and she was talking to people about their ideas around the Scottish referendum, both in Scotland as well as in England. And she was photographing every single flag that she saw on the way, whether it was the George flag, the Union Jack, or the Scottish flag. And there was a lovely project, and she gave people postcards to write back to her about her sentiments, their sentiments about thinking about the Union, and about what it means to be Scottish, and what it means to be English. Also at that time, in that year, I did a project called Partner Look. This was sponsored by the British Council. Really, in the wake of Brexit, how can we develop partnerships with Europe? I teamed up with Gabriele Konzer. She runs a very small, in a very, very, very small town in Germany. It's much smaller than Huntley. We created this project called Partner Look. And it's funny because I wasn't aware of this, but Partner Look in German means a sort of dress code. They use the English word partner look, but it's a dress code where a man and a woman, normally they wear the same thing. So they have maybe an anorak or often it's sporting clothes where they wear the same thing. And basically what she wanted to bring, and in this area, the women wore a lot of these weird kittel, they're called kittel. Because it's from Eastern Germany. And I traveled by train from Huntley to this place, always in this kittel. And then we made a long walk to a fashion museum. And the idea was really through the walk to discuss certain topics. How could we create a kind of a garment that brings the sort of the kilt together with the kittel? And here's just a picture from the walk. Again, in textile, a project we did last year, but it's still ongoing, is Christine Borland's Flax project. So Huntley has a big, big tradition in the linen industry, really big. And it died down actually with the slave trade, because we found out that a lot of this linen was produced to dress the slaves in the Caribbean. So what she wanted to do is to bring the flax somehow back to Huntley. She created this wheel in our garden here and grew the flax over the summer. And she made also a film of this. There was always a camera. Unfortunately, at some point, a seagull was picking the camera. And there she was harvesting the flax. And then we had a big event, a whole day's event, where we had to sort of thrash. I forgot the word now, but anyway, to thrash the flax, and it becomes like soft as hair. And then the next step would be the spinning. And then she was going to have an exhibition in Willie's house, but with COVID, sadly, it kind of didn't happen. So what we did this year, we made a WhatsApp group of people all over the UK, but also some in Europe, who all grew 1 square meter of flax. And we're daily busy and showing each other the pictures of the flax, or telling them each other stories about the growing. And she's moving it on through the COVID until she possibly can move on the project, so it can be spun, and maybe one day we will have one sheet, a bed sheet, or at least a small handkerchief of the linen. Good. Now, also part of the Brexit kind of program that we had, we commissioned a composer. He's a classical music composer called David Ward to write an opera about Brexit, because Brexit, it was so theatrical, especially during the times with Theresa May, and the Parliament was in it was really, I don't know, it was really disconcerting on the one hand side, but it was also very, very emotional and picturesque to look at the people there in Westminster. And so this is the opera that he has written. So there's a lot of pages, and it has to be found a way to perform such a thing. But for us, it was at this time really just important that we capture the sentiment of these discussions. And he called it B means EB, because Theresa May, the then Prime Minister, always called Brexit means Brexit. And that's what she said, but she is not there anymore. Mm-hmm. So you see, we are always kind of quite interested in these things that are connecting peace, environment, freedom of movement. And many years ago, 10 years ago, I told you we did a UK border walk because the Tier 5 system came in. But it has been more and more difficult to bring in artists from outside Europe. And this will happen from soon, that we won't be able to bring European artists in either anymore. So together with this group called Many Studios in Glasgow, we set up a conference called Movement of Freedom last year in Edinburgh, where we brought together people from the Scottish government and border officials to really discuss what is the point, what are the possibilities of allowing our freedom of movement of freedom for British artists to go abroad, and likewise for other artists to come in. And this is kind of sort of also very much still ongoing. Good. Coming now to my last project, and that is Clemens Wilhelm. Clemens Wilhelm is a German artist based in Berlin, and he proposed to plant a weeping willow for Huntley, and he was looking for a site. This is the site he found on the Deveron, and he made a beautiful, with a local joiner, he made an absolute beautiful bench where people can sit, and this is sort of one evening in the spring. And what happened with Brexit, we had several dates. So first was the 29th of March. We thought it's happening, but it didn't happen. So we did an event where we made a film on Skype, where we connected with artists from different European countries who was holding up their newspaper, because Brexit, we thought Brexit is happening. It's only like 2 days before, and it was decided it wasn't happening then. And they were talking about their feelings about Brexit. So you had, for example, somebody from Poland or from Estonia, they just couldn't believe that we would do that, where they were looking for such a long time to get into the EU. There was somebody from Switzerland who said, I'm not so bothered. We're doing quite well in Switzerland, being outside the EU, but we made some special arrangements, of course. Somebody from Austria who said, well, we had a raging war from the Balkans, 40 kilometers from our doorstep, just 20 years ago. We were desperate to get into EU, but it wasn't possible until 1995, namely 50 years after the end of World War I, where they had always had an agreement to stay independent, and so on. So we did that. Then we thought it's going to happen on the 31st of October, and it didn't happen. So we made a conference called What is Democracy? And we brought several people together that thought about democracy from a Greek perspective, also from somebody an artist who is for Brexit, and a number of people who came together to discuss the idea of democracy. And finally, on the 31st of January this year in 2020, we had Brexit actually did happen, and we had a parade that went to the site, and we planted this weeping willow tree, and quite a lot of people came for this parade. And there was a man, Richard DeMarco, that I introduced you earlier to. He was unveiling a stone that says the date 31/01/2020 on it. And again, afterwards, we had an event with A.L. Kennedy and a Kaylee, and that had to stop with strip the willow exactly at 11 o'clock that time when Brussels, it was midnight in Brussels. And here's myself the next day at the weeping willow. Sadly, it has been severely damaged, so we are planting a new one. I was talking earlier about the food again. So Kate, she is our baker in residence, and this was particularly important now that the year of COVID came in. Suddenly all our events, our event plan, we didn't know what to do anymore. What we did, we created with a local artist an honesty shop, and Kate started baking, and that was really the lifeline for Huntley for at least the time of the lockdown, where first we couldn't find any flour, we couldn't find any yeast, and so whereas Kate, she located flour from local farmers and was baking for people over the whole summer until now. And here, the project we did this summer, Again, normally we would have done our slow marathon in June, but we had to cancel it. There was no way to keep it. So what we decided is a completely different project, also a slow marathon, but people had to walk from their own place. So wherever you were, you could sign on, and it was called Under One Sky. So we had people from Huntley, we had people from England, we had people from all over Scotland, we had people from New Zealand, from Uruguay, from the UAE, and all kind of countries, that would walk with us, and they would walk with us under one sky around the world. And when we could log this, and they would then send a picture of a sky to the artist. And so we were logging it on our website, and here is roughly sort of walking around the world. We chose a route via Huntley, New Zealand, but in fact, this is imaginary. You could walk anywhere. And they had also a big Facebook page, and we did a few events. This was a really lovely event with the artist Norma Hunter that I introduced you earlier on to, where she did a distanced event, really beautifully set up with I'm not sure if I have the face mask. Oh no, not just today. Where we got the face masks, and we had these evil eye sort of, a bit connection of the Iranian artist, where we had a distance walk around the town square. And that was our last project. So I think I'm coming to the end. As you can see, for us, it's the butcher, the baker, and the artist. They are equally important in a town. They all play an important role. We have sort of some handy tools, and these handy tools are not just the art, but they're also working, they are growing, they are dancing, and they are eating together. Very important. Sharing a meal, that's always a great leveler. So, like on our Friday lunches that I was telling you about, that we have sadly now put online, but it's still working, and we are surprised that still people are visiting us on the Friday lunch, even if they come from very far now. The other handy tool is the Shadow Curator. Wherever possible, we bring in a Shadow Curator to a project who would bring a critical edge to our work. Important is documenting. I showed you a lot of our books, but there would be much more of them that I could show you. And you can look at our website. There is a shop, and you can buy them there. Likewise, we have an archive here that is there for scholars and really for prosperity. If one day somebody wants to study Deveron Projects or certain projects that we have done. And the archive is also on our website. The website has become extremely important because we are in a small place. Not many people are visiting us. We are quite remote. And now with COVID, this comes to even be more important. Good. This is ourselves. This is myself here with in the kittle with our team and with our board and a number of community members and artists. And we bought this thing called Square Deal. And that's the day when we signed the check. And all of us, we live here. So we say a little bit, we live where we work, and we work where we live. And so thanks very much for listening such a long time. And I guess if you want to know more, you can always buy the Autocracy book, because autocracy will always be in the making. Okay, thank you very much. Good. I go now. Thank you. Cool.